They're live.
Good evening, everyone. I am calling this meeting of the Historic Districts Review Board to order. Today we are February the 9th, 2021. This is our 16th virtual meeting. Yes, I am keeping track. And Melissa, good evening. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Rios,
Here.
Vice Chair Katz,
Here.
Member Beachide,
Here.
Member Bienvenue,
Here.
Member Guida,
Here.
Member Larson,
Here.
Member Roybal. I,
Heard from him
It
today.
appears that Member Roybal is absent.
okay, thank you.
Okay,
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
thank you. Are there any changes to tonight's agenda? Staff or board members? I don't get an answer, so I'm going to take that as a no.
Frank moves to approve the agenda.
Guida seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have minutes of January the 28th, 2021. Any changes to any of these? To this, to these minutes, let me see. I don't see any hands raised. Melissa, I have one change, and
Okay.
it is on page 34, under questions for staff. Let's see, the sentence starts, Chair Rios asked to see ... And the last sentence should read, she thought the door could be replaced with a window.
Okay,
And that's it for me. And if no one else has changes, I'll entertain a motion to accept as amended.
So
This is
moved.
Frank,
I so move.
Okay, I believe.
Or second.
Okay, Katz and Benvenue. All those, excuse me, roll call vote.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
I'll abstain.
okay, Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
and Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. We have findings of fact and conclusions of law, 5 of them. Any changes to any of these? I don't see any hands. Motion, please.
This is Frank. I thought that they were very well done and I would move to approve them.
I'll second. Bienvenue.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachide,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. So thank you, Sally, and thank you, Melissa, for doing a good job on the findings and the conclusions and also the minutes. Next, we're going to matters from the public, and I do want to say that I am going to limit matters from the public and public comment to 2 minutes. And Nicole, can you help me with this?
I can, yes.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak? I do see that Stephanie Beninato would like to say something. Good evening, Stephanie.
Good evening, Chair, and I don't have to identify myself. And now, if you would start the minutes, Nicole, rather than with the introduction, I'd appreciate it. So, 3 things. There was a plaque at the obelisk that Lisa Rich was going to look into as to where it went to when it disappeared in September. We've never heard back about that, and I'm reminded about that because the plaque up on the Cross of the Martyrs disappeared. Also, Ms. Paez has said that she does not represent the board in front of appeals, in front of the council on appeals, so that I'm asking that one of the board members now show up on these appeals so that somebody is actually representing the board. And third, you all have been violating state law that expressly prohibits the practice of unlicensed practice of law which is defined as a layperson representing another layperson. And you cannot do that in front of administrative or judicial bodies. That means agents like architects, you need a lawyer basically, and then the architect can be the witness. And for those lawyers who care about this, because it's been 11 years and the city has ignored it, look at 2009, it's Lee versus Catron, 2009, New Mexico Court of Appeals, 18 at paragraph 8 is the actual language, but the whole case discusses the history. 49 states, 50 states, as far as I know, do not allow the practice of law by lay people in front of these bodies. And again, I'm asking that you change your procedures so that you actually comply with an express prohibition from state that's established in state law and actually has been there for a long time, but wasn't actually very easily interpreted until this case in 2009. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, can I say, I'm going to make that a standing objection to every case in which a layperson is not the owner and they're representing the case in front of the board tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally, did you want to comment in reference to what Stephanie Beninato just said?
With regard to the agents for the
The
applicant?
practice of law by lay people. I mean, I'm not quite understanding this. If a lay person comes to talk about their case, I'm not quite understanding what she was trying to indicate there.
Sure. My interpretation of the case cited is that it doesn't apply. I don't think that the agents that this board sees presenting cases to the board are practicing law. I think that they are more of, they are certainly agents for the applicants. They are, as you know, architects and project managers and specialists who do a better job presenting these matters to the specialized land use board than an attorney in most cases would. I think there are a lot of exceptions where non-lawyers actually can practice law. I don't think this is even the practice of law, but I would note that New Mexico state rules allow non-attorneys to practice law in limited circumstances, like in municipal court and magistrate court, certain civil matters. There's certain situations where you can have non-attorney prosecutors in our limited jurisdiction courts, so municipal and magistrate courts. So I'm not concerned. There is a statement in the cited case that says representing people before, I think it's, I don't have it pulled up. I think it says administrative bodies and courts is the practice of law, and one must be an attorney to represent someone in court. But I don't think that that applies here. That case was also about a very different circumstance. So to the extent that statement could be construed as applying here, I think that part of the case wasn't relevant to the holding. It's what we would normally call dicta. So I don't think it applies. So in my view, it's not a concern. Certainly if that type of matter were brought to a judicial forum, the courts could decide. The regulation of the practice of law is under the jurisdiction of the New Mexico Supreme Court. And so it's not really the city's call. Ultimately, the Supreme Court and its appointed disciplinary board, which does regulate the practice of law and the unauthorized practice of law, they would be the ones to make that type of determination. So,
Sally, thank you very much for that explanation. I think I definitely needed to hear that. And thank you very much. Anything under staff communications, staff?
Madam Chair, we
Yes.
have one announcement. I don't know if you were aware, but I think it was about a year ago, Lanny McCauley was promoted to the position of planner in current planning. And she's just this week moved over to that position. So she won't be assisting us anymore. But we have Amanda Romero, who will be incorporating into work. She has another position in the city and needs to train her replacement, but she will start helping us. So just wanted to let you know about the staff change.
Thank you. So Amanda Romero will be a planner in the preservation office? Is
She
that-
will, yeah.
Okay.
And she'll She'll start helping us next week. We'll start teaching her the basic process, and then her duties will increase over the next few months.
Thank you for letting us know. Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you. Okay, we have two cases under old business, and I will remind everyone that there is, if you disagree with the decision that this board renders this evening, you do have the option to appeal, and you can appeal to the city council. That would be after the findings of fact and conclusions of law have been approved, and you have up to 15 days after that. The first case this evening is Daniel's case, and it's 2020-002818, located at 324 Mackenzie Street. Daniel, would you let us hear your case, please?
Madam Chair, I'm going to share my screen. I just want to get the right view so that you have a full screen. Can you now see a full screen?
Yes.
324 Mackenzie Street. 324 Mackenzie Street is a 1,540 square foot contributing residential structure located in the downtown and east side historic district. You're looking at the north and east facades. The north facade, that's this one, was designated primary. The structure is rectangular of 1 story and faces north onto Mackenzie Street. Here's the view of Mackenzie Street facing west, and here is the house. The structure has a pitched roof with a street-facing gable, adobe walls with deeply recessed windows, and a territorial-style portal on the front. On the east side, the rear portion of the property is gated. That's here. It is technically not hidden from public view, but there is a fence blocking the view. Behind the gate is a wooden awning. That is this awning, and a trellis that is not attached to the building structure. The awning and trellis are not historic. On January 12th, 2021, the applicant came before the HDRB and proposed to remove the non-publicly visible, excuse me, that is a mistake, the publicly visible awning, and replace it with an oxidized steel frame awning, similar in scale to the one being removed, with pre-finished pro-panel metal roofing in a brown color. Maybe you remember this is the existing, and this was the proposed from the January 12th hearing. And now we have a new proposal, which looks like this. Actually, I think this was a second. We've had a number of iterations. This is the second proposal. And now we'll see the most current proposal. This is the original proposal again. So it was proposed, it was postponed. The board recommended that the choice of materials was not appropriate for the structure, and it was postponed for redesign. The applicant now returns to the board with a proposal for the following items. So this is the current proposal below with the existing above. Item 1, replace the existing structure with a new 160 square foot wood framed shade structure or trellis. Here it extends to here. This will feature an unroofed or open design with a white painted finish. Its finished height will measure approximately 10 feet from finished grade. Item 2, this is the south elevation. Construct an approximately 100 square foot wood framed portal awning to the south or rear of the elevation to protect the building from sun and weather. It is finished, its finished height is to be about 8 feet 6 inches above finished grade, attached to the building by means of a ledger strip, and it will feature a sloped asphalt shingle roof and a painted finish. That is the report. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that it complies with sections 14-5.2 D and E.
Thank you, Daniel. Very nicely done. Board members, do we have questions? Member Katz?
I have a question on the south portal. How close is it to the property line? Is it within the setback limit?
That is something that I believe so. I think that there was a PZR and then it would have had to.
I can answer that. Excuse me, I can answer that question for,
I'll hold it
Review.
then for
Just a minute,
when
we
the
have
applicant
three
talks. Thank you.
Okay, any other board members have questions at this time? Yes, Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel, the last proposal, I believe, had a change in the coyote fence. Is there any change proposed to that this time?
That is a good question. Again, I don't have that information.
I can ask the applicant.
Andy, yeah, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Guida?
Thank you. Daniel, do we have these drawings in our packet?
You should. I believe they should be in the digital packet.
Were they the blank pages?
I think they're blank.
I would have to open that file, which I don't have currently open. And I'm sharing my screen, so I'm hesitant.
It's okay.
Could you
I
please
mean,
look for them? I had
I can,
raised this
I
issue
can
to you
open it.
before.
I can open the packet. Give me just one moment.
Okay, in the meantime, does any other board member have questions? Have a question or a comment? Okay, it appears not. I would like the applicant to get sworn in.
Okay. Who is the applicant?
David Betzler?
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name's David Betzler, 324 Mackenzie Street, Santa Fe.
Okay, sir,
Yes,
there were a couple of questions that were asked, and if you could answer them. One was in reference, the first one was in reference to the property line.
yes,
Go
I'd be
ahead.
happy. I'd be glad to, Madam Chair. In regards to Vice Chair Katz's question, the proposed awning at the south elevation is set back from the property line in accordance with zoning.
Thank you.
Okay,
You're
thank-
welcome. In regards to member Beachside's question, there will be no changes to the coyote fence.
Okay, and member Beachside, did you have another question?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I left my hand up.
Thank you. Any other board members have questions? Let's see, I think I just saw a hand up. Let me see. Yes, member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, applicant, for the redesign. Because I think inadvertently, perhaps the drawings were not in the packet, and I didn't see them very clearly. Did they look like they're similar to the posts? The new posts look like they're similar to the posts in the front of the building. Is that correct?
Actually, member Bienvenue, those posts are square in our proposed design. The posts at the front portal, which is territorial style, have a turn post. They're a round post. We chose to go with a square post, but a painted finish.
Okay, painted in white? Is that the
Yeah.
idea? Okay,
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Guida?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Mr. Betzler, I think I understand the intent, although I don't have drawings, of the rear porch addition of attaching to a ledger board and and doing it out of wood construction. I understand that change. The one on the east elevation, you're attaching a pergola directly to the fascia of the building, to the roof overhang.
Yes, Member Guida, that's correct. Our intent is to come off the fascia at that height, that elevation.
Excuse me, applicant, let me interrupt you for a second. Can we get those elevations up so we can be looking at them as we're speaking about them?
Thank you, Chair Rios.
Yeah, they're not here in the packet, so.
But Daniel will have to.
Yeah,
put
but
those-
Daniel has them.
There we are.
Here we go.
Yeah, that was, I think the intent here is to raise the elevation of that trellis, the proposed trellis, to come off of the fascia. There would be a support beam below that, but our finished height would match where the fascia board is, Member Guida.
Okay, and can we see the rear elevation? Just to see how it ties into the building? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? I will open it to the public for comment. Stephanie Beninato, would you get her sworn in, please?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Stephanie Beninato, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe. I appreciate that the applicant has come back. I am making an objection because this is not the owner. I'm reading you the wording in the actual case, Lee versus Catron, which says our case law is clear. The practice of law is usually interpreted to entail the representation of others, and the representation of parties before judicial or administrative bodies constitutes the practice of law. In that case, it was a court case, so they just applied it to the court case. In terms of the design, I like that the applicant came back and has made some changes, but I find the addition on the east side tying into the sloped roof, which is what it looks like it does to me, that portal, just looks really awkward. And I think it would be better if it could be under the eaves of the sloped roof. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Guida, you have your hand up?
Sorry, I forgot to
Something
lower it.
further? I think those are all the questions and comments that are going to be asked this evening. And I do want to thank the applicant for listening to what the board had to say last time in reference to the material type from steel to wood. And I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move in case number 2020-002818, 324 Mackenzie, that the application be approved as submitted.
Larson seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes,
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, and thank you, applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, member.
Next case is 2020-2983, located at 209 Delgado Street. This is Angela's case. Angela, may we hear your report, please?
Madam Chair, I just want to confirm so y'all can help remind me that our applicant's president is David Smith.
Thank you.
Members
Go
of-
ahead, Angela.
Good evening. Case before you, 209 Delgado, case number 2020-002818 comes before you. You have seen it at a previous meeting and it was proposed for redesign. This is the location of the subject property. It's kind of green circle, the blue arrow pointing toward it. To orient you, this is Delgado Street And over here's dirt Alameda, as we call it. And this is the compound of the Alameda, of Delgado. This is the subject property. This is a site plan that's busy. It's right in here. This is the front of the house, which is the south elevation. This wall conceals a lot of the house, the front door being back here and the gate here. This is the side, the west side of this property. And this is the north elevation, the rear. There's the entrance of the house. You can see.
It already has this structure.
And this is the southeast elevation going all around. The 209 Delgado is an approximately 600 square foot, single story New Mexico vernacular structure built before 1928. It features a cross-gabled roof and a lower shed roof addition on its east side. It is located in the compound of 209 Delgado Street. In 2013, the board designated it as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district due to significant alterations. The applicant proposes to add a 475 square foot living room on the west elevation. This proposal is before the board because it's an addition to an existing house in the downtown and east side historic district. The addition will be 14 feet in height, where the maximum allowable height is 14 feet 7 inches. The addition's north facade will have divided wood clad units and awning windows above the French doors. New windows will be clad in sea green foam. I'm not sure if it's sea green or sea foam by Gel Wind, who's the manufacturer. This facade is not publicly visible. A skylight is called out on the plans on the south, which is the front elevation. The applicant did not provide this item in the proposal letter, but can offer testimony at this hearing. The stucco will match the existing house, El Rey Adobe. Okay, and I want to make a clarification on this particular case. As you know, we've been linking all the documents into one portable document format, which is the PDF packets that you all are getting. And there's some, it's a learning curve. And I believe in this particular packet case, you all received the earlier case, as well as the current case, which is towards the back of your packet, if you had found that. I just wanted to make that clear to you. And I actually have these are the current drawings for this particular proposal. What I'm noticing too is that the staff report for this case should read that the applicant is proposing the addition be pitched, have a pitched roof based on board recommendation, direction at the previous H board meeting. And this proposal is to do just that, make the addition a pitched roof. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2D, general design standards for all H districts, and 14-5.2E2, downtown and east side design standards. With that, I conclude my report. I would like to restate that the drawings and the proposal letter for this proposal are in your packet.
Thank you, Angela. So this 475 square foot addition is not seen from a public way, but it can be seen from a private driveway, correct?
That is correct, Chair Rios.
Okay. And you indicated in your report that the applicant, I think, was that there was something missing, or would you repeat that? What it was?
If you're referring to a skylight that was referenced on these plans where I'm pointing.
Oh, is that what it was? Ms.
Mhm.
Hart? Okay,
Without, yeah.
okay, thank you, Angela. Any questions or comments for Angela, board members, at this time? I don't see any hands going up. So I think that we need to swear in the applicant.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
David Smith, 132 West Burger Street, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Smith. Do you want to tell us anything more than what staff just told us?
Well, as most members I think were in last meeting, we have revised it to their suggestion of going with a pitched roof, which has given us some problems and some opportunities. The drainage of the pitched roof is giving some problems, but we can make it work. I do notice that from the photos, we did have some actual artist rendered elevations that don't seem to be, they look like photographs, but it really is shown well enough, I think, in the elevations. What we've done simply is use the same square foot room, no changes there. We will change to a pitched roof that will be trussed in some ways so that the ceiling in there is somewhat higher than the existing ceilings in the rest of the house. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Also, the owner is available for any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Smith at this time? Let me see. Member Katz.
Yes, Mr. Smith, you're the architect, are you not?
I am.
So you're presenting your work here. And I would like to thank you very much for making the changes that you've made. I think they really will make it work very, very well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Member Katz and Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Mr. Smith, what is the roof material?
The roofing material is an asphalt shingle that will match the existing asphalt shingles. It's not a very old roof. Sometime in the future, if roof need be replaced, it might be replaced with another material, but for now we're going to match the existing.
And what color are the existing?
If you look in the photograph, it's kind of a gray-green, a light gray-green.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? There you go. Any other questions, board members? Let me see, Member Beachside.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Mr. Smith, could you talk to us about the skylight? Is there just one on the south facade, and how does that appear from the ground?
As you see in the elevation, yes, there's one on the south side. That's put there because it's not possible to put a window. That's a small half bath that's inside the house, wanting to get some natural light there. It will be a 4-inch high curb skylight. It will be painted to the curb of it will be painted to match the trim, and it will be a clear, a white skylight over clear. And there is also one, if you notice on the elevation, there's the west elevation.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have a flat roof and can't place skylights sort of at will, if you will, the depth of that room and the lack of the possibility of high windows and a higher ceiling, we'd like to put a skylight, a similar skylight on the west elevation as shown there.
Thank you.
Board members, any other questions or comments? It appears not. And let me see if there's anyone from the public wishing to comment. We have Carlos Kinsey. Would you get Mr. Kinsey sworn in, please?
Yes. Mr. Kinsey, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Kinsey, you'll need to unmute on your end, I think. There we go.
There you go. Would you state that again, Melissa?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Kinsey, was that a yes? Mr. Kinsey, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Did you hear what the stenographer, she just swore you in, and did you say yes?
I did not hear that. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. Third time's the charm. Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, this is not my project.
Oh, okay. Well, please state your name and, are you not going to testify for this project?
No, this is not my project. I'm number 9.
Okay, you had your hand up, so that's why I called on you, Mr. Kinsey. So
Okay, I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. We'll see you for project number 9. Stephanie Beninato wants to comment. She is already sworn in.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Same comment about Lee versus Katrin, unrepresented, unlicensed practice of law. And then the other thing I just have in terms of the design is on the north side, it really has a lot of glass or lights. And I'm wondering why on the north side you would have the upper glass up there. It seems really excessive, and it doesn't really look like it is in harmony with the rest of the building. Thank you.
We also have John Eddy. Would you get Mr. Eddy sworn in, Melissa?
Yes. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, assuming you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John Eddy. My address is 227 East Palace Avenue, Suite D, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Mr. Eddy, good evening.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, board members.
Sure.
Actually, I'd like to echo what was said by Ms. Beninato. But first, let me ask staff if the north elevation is visible from the public thoroughfare. I assume not.
That is correct. It is not publicly visible.
And it is not visible from the adjoining neighbors?
No, you mean the neighbors to the either direction? No.
Okay.
That north elevation, that north facade.
Yes, north elevation, yes.
Correct.
Then this is pretty much a moot point. I could see why they'd want to get as much light in from the north as they want. It's a kind of an approach to studio lighting. But I do think, just for the record, in looking at a design like this, that upper bank of windows kind of detracts from the vernacular style of the house. So if this were visible from the house, I would have a pretty strong objection to it. I think it's a little bit much there, but since it's not visible, I think it's just going to be fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We have no one else from the public wishing to comment. And I will entertain a motion unless there's anything further from board members. Motion, please. Member Katz.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move in this case to approve the application as submitted upon the recommendation of staff.
Is there a second?
Beach, I second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please, Melissa.
Yes, Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. And thank you, applicants.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good evening. The next case is the first case under new business, and it's 2021-003048, located at 105 Calle La Peña. And this is Daniel's case. Daniel, your report, please.
And for the record, our applicant, David Brown Mark Natkin, on behalf of David Brown, was just promoted to the panel for this case.
Okay, thank you. Daniel, may we have your report, please?
Hello.
Daniel, are you with us?
I got excuse to ask.
I don't see Daniel.
He's still listed on the panel. He appears to have his microphone muted and his video turned off, but he seems to be here.
So Daniel, would you unmute and give us a report, please?
Yes, sorry for that.
Oh, there he is. So we're at 105 Calle La Peña.
Okay, coming right up with the screen share. And where is my PowerPoint? I'm gonna put it on the full screen. So here's 105 Calle La Peña. I'll turn on my camera. .105 Calle La Peña is a single family structure, residential structure located in a Spanish Pueblo revival style with contributing status to the downtown and east side historic district. The structure was constructed in 1938 and is identified on the 1991 HCPI as contributing. In case 2020-2960 HDRB on January 12th, the board reaffirmed the structure's status as contributing, and in case 2020-002894 HDRB, the board approved the addition of a non-publicly visible west addition on the west facade, west side of the structure. This was the original, and then the board approved this addition. And now we're looking at a further proposal located on the north portion. Applicant returns now to the board with a proposal to construct an attached garage to the north non-primary facade of the house. Just to remind you, the primary facade is this east facade, which ends here. And the applicant is proposing a garage. It is set back exactly 10 feet per code from the primary facade. The maximum allowable height is 15 feet 6 inches. It will be constructed to a height of 12 feet in height. It will be coated with a cementitious stucco colored El Rey cementitious buckskin shown on the left, and the garage door will be painted, will be a wood grain panel colored in tan. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with section 14-5.2 D and E. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, did I hear you say the garage is not publicly visible?
The garage is publicly visible.
It is publicly visible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Daniel, the windows in that front room on the north side, are they going or staying? The drawing shows no windows in the proposal.
This is the north elevation. Are you referring to these windows?
Yes.
I would presume that they are going. I would consult the applicant. If you look at the plan here, you can see that there's the windows, I think, are located.
Go back to the previous one, to the current one. Yeah.
So you're talking about these windows?
No, I'm talking about the ones, those windows.
These windows?
And
okay, they would be here. It looks like they're being removed, as far as I can tell.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Daniel at this time, board members? No more no questions. Yes, Member Beachside.
Thank you. Just along in that same area, Daniel, is that window that remains, is that right against the wall? Is that separated from or is that subject to the
No,
corner rule?
I'm looking at these plans and I'm wondering if they are the correct plans. We did have an updated plan, and it maybe this doesn't look correct to me, because when we should be able to see this portal. So I apologize. This to me looks like an incorrect plan, and I will try to get you the correct plan from the packet, because in reality, this you see here is the portal. So the garage is actually set back to about here.
We do have the correct plan in our packet.
Okay, then this is the incorrect plan, and I apologize.
If you could get the correct one up on screen, that would be good.
I will try to do that.
Yeah.
Daniel, would you like me to put that up?
If you have it handy, please, yeah?
That would be good. Any other questions for Daniel at this time? Let's see. Let's see if Sally gets that up pretty quick.
I think I see it on my end. Do you see
It'll be
it
the
on your end?
north elevation, yeah? Can you?
The last one. There, bottom.
There we go. Now it's the correct one is up now.
Okay.
Thank you, Sally.
Of course.
So any questions in reference to now the correct plans? It appears not. So I will let's get the applicant sworn in.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Who is the applicant?
Mark?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can hear you now, Mark.
Mark
Thank
Nack.
you.
Thank you.
Did you hear Melissa swear you in?
I heard the swearing and I do.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Mark Nackton, 1305 Lujan Street, 87505.
Thank
you. Okay, Mr. Natkin, I think some of our board members have questions for you.
Sure.
So let me see whose hand is raised. Or maybe not. Board members, any questions for Mr. Natkin? Member Katz.
Yes. Good evening, Mark.
Hi.
You're the architect on this project, right?
Correct.
And these are your designs you're presenting to us.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. The window on the north side of that living room, entry room, they're going away?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I noticed on the house that the back addition looks like it's about a foot higher than the rest of the house.
You might be looking at what appears with the existing living room on the existing house. In our last meeting, I described that this house has been modified so much you can't really see much of the original anymore, but the addition of a big living room is the tall house, and it does pop over the rest of the house. So if you see anything that looks taller than the rest of the house, it's the living room.
It's the living room. Okay. I wondered whether this garage is very much the closest thing to the road and probably the most visible part of the whole house. And I was wondering if it would be possible to drop it 1 foot to sort of mirror the up higher 1 foot on the south end and then lower 1 foot on the north end. Would that be possible?
It would absolutely be possible. We have enough ceiling height in the garage. I would also like to state that if somebody can bring up the street view, while elevations make everything look quite obvious, this thing's pretty tucked far back now that we had to put it 10 feet back. And so there's there's a wall and a coyote fence that are going to screen a lot of that garage from the street. If you look to the right in that photograph, there's a very tall wall there. So basically the garage is going to just be peeking over that. And it's
Well,
going
it's
to be
going to be
set,
the same height as the wall we're seeing there.
right. If you go all the way back to the house, you can see that wall. That's where the garage is going to basically begin, way back there. So, but yeah, I have no problem reducing it by a foot if that's going to help move the project along. And I think, to your credit, I think that would look pretty good, actually.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
That's
so
all I
that'll
have.
be at 13 feet as opposed to 14, correct?
Correct.
No, 11 instead of 12.
Yes, correct. Yeah,
Oh, is
1
it
foot lower
11?
than what we're proposing.
Okay, thank you. So it's 11 feet instead of 12.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we would be happy to do that.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you. I would agree with Member Katz's suggestion, and just to be a little, and it would mitigate the size of this garage addition, and it would also work with the intent of our 10-foot setback to articulate an addition to a historic structure differently than the historic structure itself. So lowering the height really would help. If it is a foot, great. To me, it would be better if it was whatever that height differential is between the south newer addition and the original house. If that's 18 inches, that would be great.
Right. We typically try to do 9-foot ceilings in our garages, and then you have about a 12-inch structure, and then you have a parapet. So 11 is very doable. If we try to lower it any more, it could be challenging, but I'm always the optimist. So I think we can make anything work.
Okay. I would say, yeah, 11 or below. Thanks.
Thank you. Board members, Member Katz, thank you for that suggestion. I think it's an excellent one. Member Beachside.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, are those windows that are being removed for the garage historic?
During our last meeting, it was determined that they're not. They've been replaced over the years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members, or comments? It appears not. I'll go to public comment. We have Stephanie Veninato wishing to comment.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Stephanie Veninato, PO Box 1601. I appreciate the board's suggestion to lower the height of that garage. I think it'll make it a much more interesting building. Even though the windows themselves may not have been historic, in terms of Ms. Beachside's question, I think the question really should be, are the openings historic? And I don't know that answer. My other design, and again, Lee versus Katrin, I'm objecting because it's an architect, and even though they have expertise, they should be coming in as a witness and not as the agent. But in terms of the design of the door of the garage, the long horizontal lines there, I think it's going to be wood, which I think is a much more acceptable material than, say, metal. But is there any way to break that up? Can they put some windows in there, something like that, to make it more compatible with the types of garages that you find in the historic zone, rather than just long pieces of wood running across? And I'm sorry if I'm not seeing that correctly, but I think there is wood as being used for them, but I just feel like those long horizontal lines without any break, it makes it look like a modern garage, basically, rather than something that's compatible with a historic building. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eddy has been sworn in. And yes,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I do appreciate the observations made by members Katz and Guida, and I think that's a move in the right direction. I do think that the garage as is designed kind of begins to overwhelm the structure, because the overall structure, it basically is 1/3 of the structure at this point, visibly. on that elevation, if I'm not exaggerating. One thing I was thinking might help in support of what Ms. Beninato said, my first impression was that if that were broken into 2 garage doors rather than 1 continuous garage doors, that would help to mitigate the overwhelming statement that it makes that this is a modern garage attached to a contributing structure. Thank you, Madam Chair. One last thing I had was the single light windows that I see on the north elevation. I'm assuming that they're not visible from the public thoroughfare. If I could get an answer for that.
Mr. Natkin
Uh,
or Daniel?
Those windows are not. They're on that angled wall, so they're facing sort of towards the back of the property.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And is it that same situation with the south elevation windows that are 1 light?
Also, by the way, they're very small windows, so dividing them might look really quite strange. But I'm not sure I'm understanding which ones we're talking about because I don't have the drawings in front of me.
Can you put those elevations up, Daniel?
Should I do, I can do it since I think I've got the
Sure, would you please?
current. Do you have it?
Yes, okay.
Okay, the windows, there's 3 small windows that are on the garage. Those are going to be visible. It's an extra thick wall, so they're going to create quite a nice deep kind of adobe feel shadow line. And those are the only windows that are being proposed new that are going to be visible.
I'm sorry, you stated 3 windows. Are there 3 or 4 on the garage?
If you look at the very bottom elevation, that one has what appear to be 3 little windows. Those are the ones that are going to be visible from the street. Obviously for 2 reasons, to bring light in, but also to give some interest to that elevation because it is visible to the street. And then to the right of that is an angled wall that has no windows on it. And that would be not visible from the street.
Okay, I guess I'm not seeing what you're describing because I see four windows.
Okay,
on the
those
bottom.
4 windows are on our approved addition from our last meeting.
Thank you.
Yes, so those aren't part of this submittal.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd love to see a little bit more discussion on the garage then, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have anything further or are you satisfied with what this looks like? Member Katz?
Well, I would like to hear from other board members. I kind of agree that the garage door looks very suburban and not very Santa Fe. And as I say,
Can you bring the photographs
most
of the
visible
garage door?
facade of the garage. So I wonder whether it's possible to do it the way John Eddie talked about with 2 doors.
If you zoom in, I gave a photograph of it's not just going to be horizontal. It's a very it's going to have a lot of texture to it. If you can zoom in on that, there you go. And that might give you an idea of it being broken up vertically. Unfortunately, architectural drawings, everything's very linear. But if you look at this image, it's quite broken up into panels and it's wood and it's stained. One of the reasons we don't want to do 2 is because it is very tight. It's going to be tight to get even 2 cars into this garage. So if we have to put 2 doors on, it can create a little bit of a hardship because we can't really go to the left or go to the right without trying to maintain that 3 foot from a corner spacing as required by historic.
Thank you. Did you have anything further, Member Katz?
No, thank you.
Member Guida?
Thank you. Weighing in on this issue, I guess the personal taste of board members and the public aside, I don't agree that adding more detail either to the door or to the number of openings actually produces the intent of what the rule of setting back additions is after. We are after the idea that the original, or what is noted to be the primary facade, is highlighted by the contrast of stepping something back or differentiating it. Choosing to add detail here, in my mind, only makes the garage more visible. To my eye, something that is plainer and has nice material, as that garage door suggests, is the better choice. This is an unfortunate circumstance. I'm not aware that there are Santa Fe style garage doors. They are a 20th century contrivance that we have to accommodate. I say do it in the most minimal way.
Thank you, Member Guida. Member Larson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I think this is a really good picture here that kind of shows that although there have been changes made, I think the house is still identifiable. And I'm kind of in the school, as some of the public members have expressed, that I think this addition really overwhelms the house. And I think it's kind of unfortunate that we need to be approving another garage that's going to compromise more of this facade here. And I just, for me personally, I don't feel comfortable kind of moving forward with something that is going to directly impact this primary facade and just the overall character of this historic home. So those are just kind of my thoughts here. I think I also agree with Anthony that, if we do need to approve this, that simpler is better. And I will also say that I like some of the choices that were made. I think the garage door is a nice material. And I think even less divisions in the paneling might be preferable and more in keeping with the actual style of the house, which is a more modern style. When we look at Santa Fe style buildings. And I think the sconce is fine. I think that's a nice choice there. It's nice and simple. So those are just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Member
We
Beach.
would be willing to make any alterations to. We're not particular to lowering the parapet is quite easy for us to do. If you want to specify or dictate what you want the garage door to look like, we're happy to accommodate the board as well. So I'm just putting that out there that we're quite flexible.
Thank you for your cooperation. Member Beachside.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the applicant or staff if they know, if we could clarify for the record with the windows on the north facade, are those original openings that are going away with the addition of the garage?
I believe that they are original openings, but I wouldn't want to commit.
Daniel, if they are you covering those with the, do they require an exception?
No, they're not on the primary facade.
Okay, thanks.
Member Benvenue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just weighing in on some of the issues that have been raised. I think that, I guess I agree that I don't think that the garage is really adding much to the house in terms of its aesthetics and its historical integrity. But on the other hand, I think it's certainly seems to be permitted under our ordinance, and no exceptions are being requested or required. And I don't see anything in our ordinance that would prohibit either the addition generally or the addition as proposed. So I think that to that extent, the owner is within their rights to have a garage there if that's what they wish to have. And as far as the door goes, I do agree that I think making it fussier to be more Santa Fe style would probably be a mistake in this case and draw more attention to it rather than lessen the attention to it. And I thought the elevation drawing of the garage door did look out of keeping, but the actual material that was proposed in the photograph, I think, is certainly fine for this structure. So for those reasons, I'm fine with this proposal, especially with the limited height as proposed.
Thank you. Member Beachside?
I'm sorry to be doing this piecemeal. I just wanted to ask the applicant if you could please just clarify if a one-car garage was considered or as an option, because it looks like, well, that certainly would reduce the impact to the primary facade by, you know, reducing the extent of that addition. But it looks like there's a property line or an unbuildable space that's causing the use of an angled wall on the north facade, and that also seems odd. So just was that a consideration or is that an option?
Well, they do have two cars. My clients are retired elderly people, and the whole purpose of the garage was because the entire area is concrete and it gets slippery and dangerous out there. So they do want to enclose their cars, and their cars are not as big as the ones represented in those rectangles there. That's just sort of a generic rectangle. But so, you know, to get both cars in the garage is very important to them. They just relocated here from California and are not very used to our winters here. So so this is just the whole point of putting the garage in the first place. And I kind of felt like the angled wall adds a little interest, actually. It is dictated by the property line, and it wasn't there in our first proposal when we had the garage a little bit further to the front of the house. But because of our last meeting that, you know, kept the contributing status of this house, we were forced to put it 10 feet back. And in the end, I think it's going to look pretty good with that little angle in there. It's kind of got that, you know, it's working with Santa Fe style in my mind anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Natkin. Let me see if they have anything further. Anything further, board members? If not, I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case number 2021-00-3048 at Calle de la Peña, I would move to approve the application as submitted by the owners with the condition that the garage parapet, that the top of the garage be reduced by 18 inches.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second. Member Bienvenue.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
No.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Next case is located at 555 San Antonio Street. This is 2021-003049. This is Angela's case. Angela, may we hear from you, please?
And may I ask who the applicant is? I can't tell based on the caption.
Tim Curry.
Did you get that, Pam Curry?
I do not see
Curry.
a Curry. Oh, there, sorry, found him. Okay.
Tim
Promoting
Curry.
Tim to the panel, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Angela?
Bear with me. I thought my screen was up. Should be up. Here we are, 555 San Antonio Street. Its location on San Antonio Street is almost at the end of it. This is Acequia Madre up here. It is considered contributing based on the red color. This is what you see from the San Antonio street, mostly yard wall, pretty high yard wall. This is another orientation map or site plan showing San Antonio Street. The house is set back in this, with this mass, and it is at the corner of San Antonio and Chavez Lane. This is an old survey. It's kind of difficult to tell, but I put the San Antonio Street for reference. Again, it's this is the original footprint of the house. To orient you further, behind the wall is the original structure. It has been added onto. This is the addition. Both of those together form the west elevation. This is at the rear of the property, the east elevation. So it's a Pueblo Revival style 3,176 square foot residence, and it's located in the downtown and east side historic district. It's believed to be constructed before 1932. There exists no historic building survey in our city files. From the house's appearance and minutes of a 1991 H-Board hearing, the property has undergone multiple additions and alterations. The house's footprint has changed significantly. According to the 91 board case, the house was remodeled in 1945, 1965, and 1975. The west portal was added in 1975. In 1991, the square footage was approximately 2,100 square feet. Sometime after this, a 900 square foot addition was constructed, and another large addition was added also after 1991. So it went from this to this to this, an addition. And this is the footprint today. So the house reads that as two houses conjoined, the southern portion of the house has been added onto the original house, this portion. And the existing yard wall has replaced a lower yard wall with a different configuration. This applicant is before the board for a historic status review and designation of primary facades as applicable. Staff defers to the board to determine the historic status for 14-5.2C, regulation of significant and contributing structures in the historic districts. If the board finds that the house remains contributing to the district, staff recommends the north half of the west elevation and the east elevation be designated primary. And thank you. With that, I conclude my report.
Thank you, Angela. So Angela, the original house was built in 1932, and that footprint can still be identified. Is that correct?
Chair Rios, according to the applicant, this is the original footprint. The applicant provided this construction sequence.
Right, and then there were other additions, and they were in 45 and 55, and those additions would also be historic at this time, correct?
Based on age, yeah. Well, this was added. This is the portal that was added, I believe, in 1975. And then this addition was made after 1991. You see the hatched marks, that mass. You can see, yeah, it's pretty large in relation to the existing house. And so that's the existing footprint.
Okay, thank you. And can you point out, per your suggestion, your recommendation, that the north half of the west elevation be determined as primary, and also the east elevation, so we can see those?
Sure, yes. Okay, so this hides this, which is the original footprint, and then that portal is added on. So this is the northern portion of the west elevation with a lot of original historic material. And I think that was your question, if I may.
Yes, in the east elevation.
And then the east elevation, I don't know if I have a photograph. I should have that photograph in here.
There is one in the packet. If you would, do you want to see the packet? I can share.
Sure, yeah, let's see that east elevation. Thank you.
I think we have the east elevation up.
Well, this is the actual, well, this is east, but it's not the whole east. What we're looking for is the north elevation, the photograph of the north elevation, which is in your packet. It's not in my slides, but it is in your packet. It says 555 San Antonio west portion of north elevation.
Oh my goodness. Maybe actually Sally can share if
Sally, if you can
I
help.
did it and you stole it from me right then.
Oh.
There's also east elevation, the east portion of the north elevation. So you can see them in the two slides.
Sorry.
We're there.
Can you see it? Okay.
You
were there. Sorry.
Okay, we'll get there.
This one.
Yes.
Is that the correct photograph?
Correct.
Okay.
What portion are you talking about in that?
In this photograph,
Yes.
this is the north elevation. So basically facing Chavez Lane.
And is the proposal to make that all primary?
Staff has recommended if the structure stays contributing that it parts, not that end of the east elevation, but the rear east portion of the north elevation.
Including that big window or not? If you could show us, it would be
Right.
so much.
Can you show us with the, can you outline that, the north half of the west elevation? Can you show us what you are recommending?
Can you see my cursor right now?
Yes,
See,
you can.
see a hand moving around?
Yes.
Oh, okay. In the packet, there should be a picture, if you have it. It's not that one. Thanks.
Sorry, I'm not sure which one you're going for.
That's okay. You're going through them all. There should be
Okay.
one more photograph. East portion of the north elevation.
I think. you
Sorry,
passed-
We were on it.
Right, we were on it and you passed it.
Oh, we do have it in the packet.
One more. There you go.
East
Stop.
portion?
Well, that,
Yeah, stuff.
there it is. There's the east portion of that north facade. And then the west portion is the one that Frank was referring to with the bank windows. That's one elevation.
So
it
you are,
might help.
excuse me?
Sorry, I
So
was going to say it might help at some point too to outline it on the footprint of the building in order to be clear.
Mhm.
Do you want to let me drive again, Sally, and I can?
It's set up so that we can steal from each other freely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so share screen.
Feel free to take over. I don't know your packet like you do, that's for sure.
How do I take over? View options. Let's see. I don't.
Does it help if I stop?
It did help.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the site. Well, footprint to speak from. So this is the site plan. This is the corner. The front of the house is here, right? And this is the full north elevation. This is the west portion of that north elevation, and this is the east portion of that north elevation. And this portion shows, yes, a bank of windows that's obviously been replaced. This shows the rear with the carport.
But you are suggesting the north part of the west elevation, and even if those windows have been replaced, have the openings been, the opening remains the same?
I am going to invite the applicant to join our discussion about this. This is a historic status review by the board, and these are the photographs, and my analysis is that the house retains much of its historic fabric, but it has been significantly altered, and that's the topic before the board for you all to consider.
Right. Member Katz, did you have something further?
I am quite frustrated by the confusion of where we are and what's new and what's where, and which way is up even. Am I right in thinking that the applicant is going to ask us to downgrade from contributing? I don't remember.
But we'll hear from the applicant.
My response to that is that yes, the applicant is the one to turn to at this stage.
I have a little bit to add, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So the applicant actually isn't asking for a downgrade. Their letter was written in a way that kind of indicated that they may be interested in that, but it was actually more just trying to detail the changes that had occurred to the property. So the applicant actually is not asking for a downgrade, but is looking to have primary elevations assigned for the property in advance of anything that the new owners of the property might like to do for additions or anything like that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I have
Anything
another question, if I might.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
I'm looking at page 12 of the packet that we got. And I think that's, I'm not sure what that is. I can't tell. It shows what I think is the house. And then, let me see if what you're looking, can you go to that?
Yeah, packet page 12. Maybe Sally can show
Sally,
it.
you want to take back the wheel and.
So I'm only seeing an 11-page packet on PrimeGov right now. I can pull up the last page, certainly. Maybe that's what we're looking at.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what
that's
given, so it is what I'm looking at.
Okay.
I only have 11 pages as well.
This is the last page in the packet. Currently posted online.
Right.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to, Member Katz?
Let me, yes.
It's a site plan.
And I'm unclear, you have a structure and then I'm not clear what it is between the house and that, I guess, driveway or walkway or whatever that is.
I can explain a little bit. I won't be able to point to it. So up at the northwest corner is the intersection of San Antonio and Chavez Lane. And walking into it, that patterned area is like a brick patio area.
The driveway.
No, that's not the driveway. That is the, it might be the driveway.
It's
in the
wide
front.
enough to be a driveway. Yeah.
In the front, yeah.
Yeah.
And then all of that front yard is landscaped, and there's a path that goes to.
Wait, go up. Right. What's that?
Open space. This is the house.
Yes, that's just
Is that where the big windows are?
No, they're on the north elevation.
That is the north elevation.
Where she is, right there. Can you see the red dot?
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
It's that bank
okay.
of windows.
That's the north elevation. And
The
then,
house.
yeah.
And then behind that is the carport.
Behind, in the,
I'm sorry. Well,
There.
yeah, where
In front.
Nicole is there. Yes.
to me and I don't know what I'm doing. So if I'm getting the red annotation spotlight wrong, please correct me.
You got it right.
That's great.
Spot
That's,
on, Sally.
that's working really well. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so to the right of the the bricked area, that is open space. Is that correctly determined now?
That is correct. And then the little CP area is where the portal is. And behind that is the west elevation that is also being recommended as a primary because it retains a significant amount of character. And that's, yeah, right there where Sally's pointing. And then if you slide down just to the end of the corner on that block right there, that is what's being recommended.
And which portion of the north?
The portion of the north, all along the north.
The entire north.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anything else, Member Katz?
I'll shut up.
Oh, you don't have to.
Complicated site.
It's your job.
That's right.
Okay. Let's see what Member Benvenue has to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Angela, I'm just wondering on these changes that were made before, if I understand correctly, the latest changes that were made were in 1991, and they actually were approved by the board, right?
Member Bienvenue, it's not clear exactly what the previous case, which is what we have for this consideration tonight, talks about an approval of those additions. It's not clear when exactly they were made, when it was built. If you look at it's like a 29-page document that of the previous board case, which I did not include in your packet. It's with this site, there was much contemplated about it. At one point, a second story that was revised and designed by the applicant, and so there's no second story. But then these other additions were made.
Okay. I guess I think I'm reading the applicant's letter. It says at the 1991 board hearing, the previous owner testified that the portal was added in 1975 and that renovations were done in 1945, 65, and 75. So I'm assuming that there was a board hearing in 1991 where the final renovations were approved, correct?
That's what we'd like to assume. I think
There's no record of what happened at that board hearing, or even what the applicant was requesting, or anything?
It's not a definitive case.
What? I'm sorry, Angela, but just to add, excuse me.
Sure.
Is that the case that you have read previously from H board? Is it from 1991 or what year is it?
1991.
Okay, so it did go before the board in 1991, and there was an addition that occurred after 1991 on the property.
Correct, and there's no discussion in that case of previous alterations.
Right, but I'm wondering about the alterations. There were alterations approved in 1991, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The question is, what was built? We have no records of what was built, and it looks like there were several additions. Again, I'd like
after
I'd like the applicant-
1991. After 1991.
Yes.
Oh.
No, I don't believe that's accurate. Actually, if you look at the PowerPoint, please, will you look at it?
Mine or yours? Let's see. I'll
yeah.
Here's what I'm getting at. I'm trying to sort out what was approved and what wasn't, because we have a situation where whatever was approved, presumably the board had to make a finding that approval did not change the contributing status, because otherwise they couldn't have approved it.
Can you go to slide 8, Angela?
Sure. What is that slide, Nicole?
It's the one that Tim Curry gave you with all the different footprints.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm. And so the 1991, it says 1990 on here, but 1991 addition is in the hatch marks on that bottom left-hand corner.
Okay.
And it may have been, the board was a little different in 1991. So the standards of what detracted from the status of a building might have been a little bit different. However, it looks like that addition is less than 50% of what the original house was in 1991. The 1945 addition wouldn't have been quite 50 years old yet. So those are kind of considerations in thinking about what's happened to the house over time.
Okay. Well, it just seems to me that 1991 edition was if to the extent it was approved by the board, which the record seems to indicate it was, that means that the board found that it did not degrade the status to contributing, from contributing downwards. And therefore, I don't see that there being any reason for us to revisit that at this later date, unless something further was done afterwards. And to the extent there were any changes that were made prior to that, I suppose if that's would be the reasons for degrading the standard or the status from contributing, then that would raise the question that we had at the last meeting, which is whether the owner can be ordered to return it to contributing status.
Thank you, Member Bienvenue. Did you have anything further, Member Bienvenue?
No, not yet. Thank you.
Other board members wishing to ask Angela anything at this time? If not, let's get Mr. Curry sworn in.
Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Tim Curry, 1415 West Alameda.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Curry. What are your thoughts on this project?
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'd like to start by just thanking the staff for their presentation here tonight. I think they did a great job of assembling all the documentation, and we've made our best effort just to try and come up with the history of the property. Really, I'm not here tonight with an intention of downgrading the status of the building, but mostly we just would like some clarification for the primary facades. And you know, this property, it's a beautiful property, but it's also somewhat of a curiosity because it has been added on to so many times. So with regard to the primary facade, I am a little unclear as to what the board is and what the staff is recommending. But if we continue to look at, I guess it's page 8 that's up in front of us now, in the bottom left-hand corner, we are seeing the 1990 edition that was approved by the board, and the notes and the file that refers to that. It's actually the sheet that we were just looking at. Yes, this one. I'm sorry. If we could go back to, it looks like it's page 8. And, you know, I think what I would be seeking is a clarification that the addition to the house that was done in 1990, I'm not necessarily in agreement that that would be considered a historic addition that is a primary facade. So yeah, the hatched area there, and I know the board doesn't want to consider any future changes, but you know, the owners have a very, very minor exterior modification that we are considering. And so part of our reason for being in front of the board tonight is to determine whether we need to ask for an exception to add a little tiny portal over the doors that were added in 1990.
And Tim, I have to interrupt you. You know that we're looking at the status review for primary facades, and we can't go into what I understand what you're saying, that you might have to ask for exceptions, but that'll come at a later time.
Okay, so I guess, we are just seeking the clarification for what exactly would be the primary facade. And I had some indication from staff that it may just be the historic footprint that's shown on the 1975 footprint on the western facade. And, there have been 4 additions to the house just since 1975. We had the portal that was added. We had a carport that was added. And then we've had a very large addition that was approved by the board in 1990. So, again, the status of the building, we don't have any intention of making any great changes. So mostly we're really just asking for clarification for what the board would determine the status of the building is and what the primary facades would be. And I know in the past, we've had a very detailed analysis done by the board determining that, well, this facade was done, this portion of the construction was done more than 50 years ago, so that would be considered primary. And this portion of the building was done after that date, so that would not be necessarily considered primary. So again, mostly we're just here to just try and get some clarification about how to proceed.
Thank you, Tim. Angela, would you reiterate or restate the what you are recommending to be primary? Because I heard during the discussion, I've heard all of the north facade, and I've also heard the north half of the west elevation and the east elevation. So would you reiterate what you are suggesting?
Yes, Chair Rios, I'd be happy to. I am recommending, if the board so agrees, that of the house, given all of its alterations, that the northern end of the west facade, which is the original house front that has had a portal added, as well as the northern elevation, which is in 2 photographs in your packet. One,
Angela, can you indicate on the floor plan the elevations that you're intending?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so this is the whole house. This is the front of the house facing west. This is the west elevation. This is the portion of this west elevation that I'm recommending as primary. This portion, the northern portion, which is up to where the addition starts.
Okay.
And the northern elevation, which includes, well, it's the northern elevation. It's in 2 photographs in your packet.
Can you show us where it is?
In the packet?
No, on this diagram.
Oh, right here?
Well, I thought we had a discussion a little bit ago about the little walkway there that's brick, and then that it's all open space up to the west facade there. And now
Yes.
you're telling me that that's a room?
To be clear, let me clarify, pardon any confusion. This is the brick walkway. I'm looking at the photograph, the west portion of the north elevation.
Yeah.
You can see in that photograph that the house, this is the portal, and then this is that corner, and this is the portion of that facade that has the large bank of windows right here.
So to the right of the
Really, this is I'm sorry. So this really isn't, I'm not going to call, this isn't the north elevation of the structure. This is the north elevation structure.
Okay, good, because you said that was open space to the right of the walkway.
Yep, and this is the portal. So the elevation is really, the facade is back here.
I sure miss our field trips because the photograph of the north elevation does not seem to be what's pictured there as a north elevation. The photograph makes the north elevation look much bigger. What am I missing?
It does. It's a real loss not having the field trips. It just, there's no substitute. So we do our best to, I think more pictures maybe.
Well, I'm looking at Street View, and there are like 2 large banks of windows on the north elevation and 1 smaller window. No way does that correspond to the drawings we're seeing. That's not the north elevation, that's the east elevation.
The back, the rear.
Yeah, and were you recommending the east elevation as well? I think that you did.
No, I wasn't.
No,
I did, you're correct. I'm sorry. I did recommend that, the north half of the west elevation.
That we got down.
Got that. Okay, I do recommend.
Are you recommending the east elevation? Yes.
East elevation, and you have a photograph of that. It's the one that almost looks like the front of our house. East elevation, it has a portal. It has the yeso white under the portal. It's a sunken back porch. It has all the historic windows intact, the original door. So that's the east elevation.
Could you show us a picture of it, please?
Is it not in your packet? I think it's in your packet. It's
I
not.
know it is. I believe it is. But
I think it is. I don't have it
We can
in.
talk about it.
There it is. That's it.
That's the north elevation.
Correct. It doesn't show.
That's the north. Oh, I give up.
Oops. Okay, stop a second. Is this the east elevation or is this the north elevation that we are seeing?
The east elevation.
Okay, I thought I heard someone say north, so I was.
Yes.
This is the carport back here.
Okay.
So this is an alcove and it goes
And
into the
that
back.
you are also recommending.
That, yes.
And Angela, are you also recommending the north elevation? That wasn't on your report, but as the discussion grew, I think you indicated that the north elevation should also be primary.
My thought process is that the north elevation.
That's not the north elevation.
No,
that's the east.
no, we know.
This is the east.
This is the east. I'll go to the north while I'm talking about the north. I'm not driving. Let's see.
Would you like me to scroll to the east?
Please.
Or
That's
please
the
go to
north.
the north.
There's your north elevation.
The west portion of the north.
That's much bigger than it's shown on the floor plan. We don't really have a floor plan. I would move to continue this case, to put it over, to postpone it, so we can get first a HICP and second, adequate drawings. This is incredibly frustrating.
Okay, let me see what other board members have to say. Member Guida.
Madam Chair, I don't mean to be unpleasant, but I am as exasperated as Member Katz is. This is not about not being able to do field trips. I recognize that staff do a tremendous amount of work to prepare these cases for us. There is a way to present this information that we have seen before that is very simple. It's a diagram with some numbers written on different facades, and then keyed to photographs. It's pretty straightforward. We've been through this on this case and several cases since October. I don't think it's too much to ask, for the sake of the board's time and the public's time, for these cases to be more organized when they're presented. This is just a primary facade case. And I think it's unacceptable for historic staff not to be presenting their own material. There's no reason why the city attorney needs to be doing this. This is a plea to you and to Nicole to make this happen. It is too much time to waste on this communication. We've heard the same thing over and over again, and nobody's clearer on this case. And this is not the first time.
Thank you. I'm
Can
wondering
I
if,
take that as a second of my motion?
hang on a minute. I need to ask Sally a question. Sally, since it appears that the board members are going to postpone this case, do I have to go to public comment?
We're far enough in that I might do it. But I would also note for watching members of the public that there's likely to be it appears there's likely to be a postponement. So perhaps hold your comments until we have better information, but I would recommend doing it.
Okay, thank you, Sally. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Benenato, you've been sworn in.
Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 160 Santa Fe. I too share the board members' frustration. This has taken an inordinately long time to even present, and it has been very confusingly presented. And really, I don't see the reason for this confusion here. I think I understand what is being asked, but I would think that postponement is the right option, and I will wait to make comment about, which facades I think should be primary. Thank you.
It appears no one else from the public wishes to comment, so I will entertain a motion at this time from a board member.
I made a motion.
Would you restate it, please?
I move to postpone to get adequate drawings and possibly a HICP.
Member
Guida seconds.
Member Guida, roll call vote? Or
Yes,
member, did you have an amendment or anything?
No. Thank you.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes, member Beachside,
Yes.
member Bienvenue,
Yes.
member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, thank you. And Mr. Curry, did you have something further?
I did. I guess my question is, Chairman Katz suggested a possible Higbee, but I mean, I guess, is that a definitive that we need to engage someone for a Higbee? Or, my sense is that we have a pretty clear history based on the surveys of the additions and when they occurred. And so it seems that we really just need a little clarification for which are the primary facades. So I would ask that we avoid the Higbee if necessary. And so I would like clarification if possible about whether that's going to be a requirement or not.
Member Katz can comment, but I think that the whole issue here is clarification, a clearer report to us, the board, so that we can make a proper decision. Angela.
Yes, I feel like I need to respond to that. I worked with the information I was given, and this case went a certain direction that I've learned from. It won't happen again. What needed to be provided was a floor plan, and what I got the last slide today. I don't know that if a historic survey is required, but if you require it as a board, it has to happen. I certainly will not present a case like this again. And if it is in that state, I will not put it on the agenda. Thank you.
Member Katz, are you requiring a HICP report? Or just a clear report, no matter where it comes from?
Thank you, Angela. I appreciate that. And I had noted when I got the packet that this is the question about whether there was the confusion about whether they were asking for a downgrade or just, I think it's been explained, maybe they're not asking for a downgrade. It's not really clear. I think not. And I had thought that a HICP would be appropriate, but if it can be presented in a way that we're not changing the status, we're just identifying primary facades, and we can identify what primary facades we're talking about, I think that I don't want to put the applicant through the expense of a HICP in that case.
Thank you for that.
I agree with that, and I'm gonna say a little more about this in terms of status cases. Some are very clear, as Nicole pointed out, the applicant did not ask for a status downgrade. Therefore, I wasn't reviewing this as a status downgrade. And then when I took it forward, because I don't have authority to downgrade it, neither does the board without public noticing requirements, without doing that, that's why I deferred on this case, which is a rare thing. And that is a somewhat of a I think problematic area with bringing cases forward where you do status evaluations, and when it's non-contributing, it might be more, you can follow it and make a sound decision. When it's contributing and then you see this kind of thing, it should have been noticed as a downgrade, and I see that now.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, but anyway, okay, so let's hear this case in the future and very clear. And if the presentation can be made by the staff person, I would suggest, if Angela, you're going to continue with this case, if you can get the PowerPoint set up correctly, that would be appreciated as well. Okay, sure. Thank you, everyone. Next case is located at 107 South Armijo Lane. It is case 2021-003057. Daniel's case, please. May we hear your report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. 107 South Armijo Lane is a single-family residence listed as non-contributing to the Downtown and Eastside Historic District. A new HCPI was completed for the house in 2020. The house is likely built in 2 phases in a ranch style. It is arranged on an east-west axis with its front elevation facing north. This is the north elevation. If I go back to this slide, this is the north elevation. This is the west elevation facing onto South Armijo, which is over here in the foreground. It is arranged on an east-west axis with a front elevation. That's again this elevation facing north. It has a cross-gabled roof plan. The front north elevation or facade shows a gable. Oops, excuse me. I'll go back one slide just to show you the site. Here is South Armijo going up to what's the street? Forget the street is here. The Santa Fe River is down here, and that's also the site plan. The front north elevation shows a gable covering a rectangular volume, probably built in the 1950s. That's this portion, probably of concrete block with steel casement windows, as you can see here. Built on this is an east-west concrete block that extends here in this direction, with aluminum sliding windows based in the built in the 1960s. Here is the western elevation. Here you can see it opens to a small fenced yard in the front and contains an aluminum sliding door and an aluminum window. The southern elevation has aluminum sliding windows here. This is presumed to be the older part of the structure. This is the newer part of the structure. These are the aluminum windows, and these are steel casement window. Here is the eastern elevation, which is the side, so to speak, of the original part of the structure. It has 3 steel casement windows. The house is finished with cementitious stucco in a desert rose tone, and the roof is covered with rolled asphalt. There's also a stone wall, north-south positioned stone wall, which divides the front yard at the north elevation. This is the north elevation here, the older part of the structure, and here is a stone wall. If we go back to this picture, the wall is just here. The type of masonry and its hard cement mortar indicate a recent or non-historic vintage. Staff recommends that the historic status of the structure be maintained as non-contributing per section 14-5.2C. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Daniel, I believe you characterized this house as a ranch style home. Is that primarily because of the roof line, or can you go into specifics of why this was classified as such?
Yeah, I think it has to do, the terminology comes from the HCPI. Has to do with the symmetry of this roof and the generally low aspect. Maybe someone else can say something in addition to that. That's my understanding.
And what portion of this house is original footprint?
I believe this rear, you see this roof line here, this portion is the original, possibly extending to here, and then this portion is the 1960s edition.
So 60s is still 60, what?
Early 60s. We don't have any more.
That's also 50 years or older, correct? Yeah. And do you know if the window, if the openings were changed, or are those original?
I believe that this door in the front has been changed. But I also believe that the rest of the windows are the original openings.
Okay, thank
This
you.
was probably an alteration.
Member Beachside?
Thank you. Daniel, the HIC piece says that the property was built between 1963 and 1966. Did you reference a 1950s date? Or did I hear that wrong?
Well, I have in my report that that the original volume was built in the 50s. I believe it came in from the HICP as well.
I might have missed that. And do you know when the last status evaluation was performed? Was this property 50 years old at that time? I'm just wondering if the non-contributing status is due to its age alone.
I don't have that information off the top of my head. Sorry, I can do some research.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members wishing to ask a question of Daniel at this time? If it looks like no, let's swear in the applicant. Who is the applicant?
Catherine Yee.
I have a Carlos Stevens. Do I need a Catherine as well?
Hi, yeah, that's my maiden name.
Okay.
But my husband and I are here.
Hi.
Okay. Let's have Melissa swear you in, and then you can state your name and address and proceed.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Catherine and Carlos Stevens, 107 South Armijo Lane.
Okay.
And will Mr. Stevens be speaking as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Stevens, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you both so much.
Okay, whoever will speak first, we are here to hear your comments.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we really have any comments, to be completely honest, in terms of when the house was built. Looking at the historic report, for us, it also appears that it was constructed between 1963 and 1966.
Okay. And you agree with staff's report that it should be non-contributing?
Yes.
Okay, let me see what comments or questions they might have. Any comments or questions, board members? Member Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, I think Member Beachside raised a really good point. Reading the report, I see that they don't determine the status or the recommendation based on age, but they determine it based on style, saying that a suburban ranch style home is incompatible with the district. My overall impression is that this house has a great deal of integrity, historic integrity, with the retaining of a lot of mid-century modern details and characteristics. And I hope that we can kind of all have a discussion and what that exactly means in terms of looking at our districts beyond the designated styles that we typically deal with. Because I think you could argue that this would fit in with a Santa Fe style type, but it does have a lot more characteristics of a ranch style or mid-century modern house than we would typically deal with in most of our cases.
Thank you, Member Larson. Other comments, board members? I would like to hear from you in reference to the comments. Member Beachside?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. I did find in the Hickey report what Daniel was referring to on page 21 of our packet under the north facade discussion. The Hickey states the front gable covers a rectangular volume probably built in the 1950s. And then it seems to say that the east-west concrete block volume was erected in the early 1960s. So everyone's right, but it is clearly old enough to be, it qualifies as contributing now. And my question was just, was it even considered before? Because it's pretty close to 50 years of age. And I agree with Member Larson in, I guess I disagree with the conclusion of the Hickey that this, based simply on style, the suburban ranch house is not, not recognized as a form compatible with the historic district. I think that just means it's not addressed by our ordinance now, and this is the transition time where these houses are, becoming of age and eligible to be contributing, and we're having to make some decisions now about, are we going to sort of move forward with preserving these without much guidance from the ordinance.
Thank you, Member Beachside. When I look at this house, I look at it as a really more of a vernacular style home with a pitch roof, as opposed to what I consider in my mind a ranch style home. I don't know, when I think of a ranch style home, I think of a home that has that the eaves are way deeper, that the windows are way larger. And I look at this, I just think of it, I bet this was a home built by the owners. I can practically bet you. But let's see what other board members have to say. Member Katz.
I agree with the Hickey report.
Thank you. Member Larson?
Yeah, just to point out a couple aspects of the ranch style, I think we'd be looking at the L-shaped footprint as well as the picture windows on the front and the kind of hidden entryway. As we see here, it's kind of offset and not directly what you see when you look from the street view, and also the facade length planter bed there. So there are several aspects here that would point to the time that this was built in, and I think that that's very valid. And I would also just encourage everyone to, kind of look at it from that objective perspective of, this is, something that, may be common throughout the district. I don't know. Is it unique? It's really hard to say, because like I said, we haven't seen a lot like this in this district. And it's not necessarily also about, aesthetically what we find pleasing. It's kind of, still about capturing the historic integrity and period. And I think Cecilia also raises a really important point about this being sort of a vernacular regional interpretation of, what was common during that time and what was rising in popularity at that time, which is these kind of ranch style homes. And, it says a lot when we can see a direct, interpretation with regional aspects in Santa Fe.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. I agree very much with Member Larson and with this interpretation that's provided by the Higbee, that this is a ranch style house. For all the reasons that Member Larson has already talked about, the construction methods of the period, the massing of the house, the idea that this isn't room-based, but rather a big rectangular or L-shaped volume that's then divided into rooms is characteristic of the period. It's interesting, and overwhelmingly what we're dealing with in Santa Fe and in Santa Fe houses in particular are vernacular houses. That's the nature of most of the stuff that we look at. This just happens to be from a different period. You know, whether or not we like it personally does not matter. The question really that I'm struggling with is the one that was raised earlier about the 50-year rule, and is this special? I personally don't think the 50-year rule, I find the 50-year rule very arbitrary. It's good guidance, it's good rule of thumb for why we should focus in or examine something after that period of time has passed, but I do not think it is a hard and fast rule about determining whether something is contributing. The question then becomes, is this a good example of a kind of mid-century vernacular interpretation of ranch style in Santa Fe? And for me, the jury's out on that one. You know, it does have, you know, it tells a nice story, it presents well because it's largely unchanged from the time it was built. But you know, whether this is exceptional or important in that regard, I don't know. And so, and that's where I'm at. I'd be inclined to say that this is not contributing. I think it's a very interesting discussion we're having, but I'm hard pressed to say that this is a great example of what we're talking about.
Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree. It's a very interesting discussion because it doesn't fit the styles, obviously, but it does conform to a style that was somewhat prevalent for a specific period of time that's now, because of the passage of time, become historic. I do think, though, that still I would consider this to be a non-conforming structure, which is defined in the ordinance as a structure that doesn't conform to one of the permitted styles within the historic district. This does not. This was either this was probably an unpermitted structure, or at the very least was a structure that had changes made to it that probably never went before the H board, even after the ordinance was passed. So the ordinance does address that. It calls them non-conforming structures, and it says that you can't do anything to them except bring them into conformance with the historic styles. So I think that to then take a non-conforming structure and turn it into an historic structure that's contributing would be contrary to that specific provision in the ordinance that I think defines the spirit of the ordinance, which is different than the other vernacular styles we've talked about. Because those vernacular styles, whether they were unpermitted or permitted, did conform to the general requirements of the historic styles, and particularly in this East Side district. The flat roofs, the adobe, the massing, the simplicity, but this version that took place in the 50s and 60s briefly in certain areas of adding on the gabled roofs, and I would call this a ranch style version of an adobe house, I think is just quintessentially non-conforming. So I would say, I would agree with the Higbee report that it doesn't contribute to the historic district.
Member Guida, you still have your hand up. Are you there?
I am sorry. I will lower my hand.
Okay. Member Katz, did you have something further? Member Katz.
I'm sorry, I had unmuted myself. I think that there is a style that is outlined in the ordinance, and this ain't that style. And just because it's mid-century modern, and if it were, and just because it's more than 50 years old, that still doesn't make it Santa Fe style, and still doesn't make it eligible to be contributing to the character of the neighborhood, the style, the Santa Fe style of the neighborhood. I mean, every house contributes to the character of a neighborhood, of course. But I agree with Mr. Bienvenu that this should not be made contributing.
Thank you. Daniel. Daniel, did you have something?
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I would like to maybe ask the assistant attorney to weigh in. I think that the preservation portion of the code is somewhat separated from the style portion of the code. A contributing building, we should look at the definition, or I encourage the board to look at the definition. A contributing building is more than 50 years old and has had relatively few changes. I don't believe that the description, the definition of contributing building requires that it fall into the Santa Fe style category.
All right, thank you for that. It has another thing that you need to consider in reference to contributing, its integrity remains. This tells you it's of a certain period in time, and it doesn't have to be unique in and of itself. This one, in this instance, it is. It's not of the styles that are adhered to at this time, but it was built in the 50s and 60s, and it indicates to me the period of that time. But let's see what other people have to say. Member Larson.
Yeah, I just have one more comment, because I know we should get some public input as well, because that's always helpful. But I think that we're kind of on a slippery slope when we start talking about looking at our historic structures so heavily based on style, when I think Member Bienvenu raised a good point in that a lot of vernacular houses conform to the style, but I think an argument could still be made that this is doing an effort in its time to still be regionally or Santa Fe conforming. And again, it's a complicated one because, like Cecilia said, there's so much integrity here, and it is of its time, and it may not necessarily be the most shining representation of Santa Fe history, but I have a really hard time thinking about how we're going to talk about erasing these structures because they are not exactly conforming to the Pueblo Revival or the Spanish territorial styles that we discuss so often. And I think we'd be really losing a lot of our context if we start looking at these structures in that way.
Thank you.
Can I just comment on the definition of contributing structure one more time? We've highlighted a few parts of it.
Yes.
I would raise my virtual hand, but the host does not get one. I apologize for interrupting. I just want to highlight, obviously everyone remembers the approximately 50 years portion of the definition, but to be contributing, it needs to help establish and maintain the character of this historic district. So what is the character of the downtown and Eastside Historic District? And does this help establish and maintain it? And then it says, although the structure is not unique in itself, it adds to the historic associations or historic architectural design qualities that are significant for our district. So that's, I read that as an or. It's either adding to the historic associations or the historic architectural design qualities significant for this district. And then we've talked about integrity, but I just kind of wanted to point out sort of in relation to how does this fit into the district? That's what the definition provides as guidance.
Thank you, Sally. Let me see if we have any other questions. If not, I'm going to take it to public comment. Let's see if anybody from the public wishes to comment. Stephanie Beninatto.
Hello, Stephanie Beninatto, PO Box 1601, Santa Fe. I'm in agreement with members Larson and Bescheid and Ms. Rios. I think that this is a more than 50-year-old structure. It is definitely a vernacular interpretation of a ranch style. This was typical during that time period. We've seen them up on Camino Cabra. That was approved as a typical of that time period. You have many discussions about Santa Fe Modern and how you need to include it. We had a huge discussion on the plaza, I can't remember, I'm sorry, the Presbyterian Plaza with the multiple houses back there behind the Scottish Rite Temple, who all weren't actually Santa Fe style. They were interpretations of a Santa Fe style, and they were contributing to that particular development rather than fitting into the larger streetscape or the historic zone itself, the downtown zone. And we will lose these structures, and then what's going to represent the mid 20th century if we lose these structures? I also think that if you're talking about, because this is a thing that you always talk about making the district more habitable. And this was an example of how somebody made their house habitable and what they considered modern at the time, yet still having some compliance with Santa Fe style, the stuccoing, the wall, things like that. I myself, I'm not particularly a big fan of the metal windows, but that was typical of the period. You do have a lot of integrity. You don't have much change. And I would really urge you to think about that. And in terms of that, the 50-year rule is really, it's more or less 50 years, but that's a pretty hard rule. And the other thing about calling it non-conforming, are you going to say when they come back that they have to conform it to Santa Fe style? Or are you going to just say, oh, it's non-contributing, so we don't care? I think
Madam Chair, that's 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to say I think it's an important question. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears that no one else from the public wishes to comment. I'll take it back. Oh, John Eddy.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is a really interesting discussion, and what is at stake here is the loss of historic fabric in this district. It's really interesting, but the nature of vernacular building was that people built what they could. They didn't hire architects. They weren't always expert in their building skills. They might have had their cousin help them or whatever, who was a mason, but they built what they could. They built what they could afford. This house is a perfect example of that. That's how these neighborhoods grew. Once you get into over gentrifying a neighborhood, that's when the conformity of architecture takes over. And that is caused a little bit of the wrinkle here, is that we think that is what everything should be. But this house contributes by nature of its nonconformity, as I see it. Certainly the windows themselves should go, but the aperture should remain the same. And I believe the massing of this house has a lot of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it back to the board. Daniel, did you have something further?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Member Beachide had a question about the previous status designation. The research that I just did in the last few minutes looking through our online files shows, but that's not necessarily conclusive, that there are no files, no recent cases in the last decades. The last HCPI was in 1983 when the building was not historic. I think it's safe to wager that the status of the building is non-status rather than non-contributing at this point.
Thank you for your comments. Let me see. Applicants, did you have anything further to say? Applicants?
No, thank you.
Okay, board members, if you have nothing further, I will entertain a motion. Member Larson.
Yeah, I have a motion. In case 2021-003057-HDRB 107 South Armijo Lane in the downtown and east side historic district, I move to designate this property as contributing, with the north facade being primary, for the following reasons: that the house is conforming to, or is indicative of the vernacular interpretation of a mid-century ranch style home, and the home retains integrity throughout and is highly indicative of the time that it was built.
Member Beachside?
I'll second the motion and maybe just add, not as an amendment or anything, but just to add that the HICP speaks to Flynn's motion, and noting that this area where the house is built was rural and agricultural at a time when Upper Canyon Road was being developed by people coming from outside Santa Fe, and that this, the building of this house in its place at its time is something to be valued in this district.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
No.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
No.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, applicants. We will go to the next case, which is located at 350 Garcia Street. This is case 2021-003062. Daniel, may we hear your report, please?
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, may I just check on our applicant? I apologize. Kind of pasted as I'm looking for. I see him.
Okay. This
Thank
is
you. Sorry.
Building.
We're ready to go. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
The 350 Garcia Street is a single-family residential structure in a Mission Revival style with a John Gaw-Meem addition. I'll just show you, this is the front of the house, and oops, this is the John Gaw-Meem addition at the rear of the house. It was constructed in 1928. The main house and the garage at the rear of the property are both designated significant to the district. Just to go back here, you can see this is taken from the street, and here is the significant garage at the rear of the property. This is the significant main structure. This is Garcia Street in the foreground. Publicly visible are the front and to a lesser degree, the sides of the structure. That would be the, sorry, I'm a little bit disoriented. I'm not sure. This is the north, I think. So the applicant proposes to build freestanding portals in relation to both these structures. They will be freestanding and not structurally connected to the significant structures. This work includes the following items. Item 1, this is a floor plan. This is the front of the house on the east side. This is the rear. The garage is located in this rear area. And in the rear is this non-historic deck and spa, which is all this material here. Stairs, there's a deck here. This will be removed. Here again, the spa, the deck, the stairs, and this patio area. Item 2, construct a new 360 square foot roof deck with an attached 195 square foot open deck and reinstalled spa tub adjacent to the main residence. So here is the deck with a roof. These are skylights. Here is the fireplace and the hot tub. The height of the new structure will be approximately 14 feet above the lowest adjacent grade, which is significantly lower than the existing two-story building. This new work will be structurally independent again from the housing, the existing house. This was the staff advice to the applicant that to protect the significant status of the structure, they should build a completely independent freestanding structure, which is what they are proposing, in order to retain the status and to not have to apply for any exceptions. That will include 2 skylights here as mentioned. And I did say in the staff report that it's not publicly visible, but I need to correct that. There is some public visibility here. Again, this is the front of the house, and there would be some visibility of the structure plus the end of the roof line possibly peeking out here. This is the existing house. Here is the view from the street of the proposal. From the side of the house, again, this is the proposal of the deck with a freestanding roof with these skylights and the chimney. Here, from the rear of the house, the proposed is below. This is the existing above, and in this area would be the new deck with spa and fireplace, stairs going down. So, and one further view from the north side of the house. Again, the fireplace, deck, and roof all completely detached from the significant structure. Item 3, to construct a new 102 square foot sloped country red colored standing seam roofed portal. I will get to the color in just a minute. Adjacent to the existing significant garage. Again, we've advised this is the front of the garage. Here is the front with a freestanding roof, just to give it some weather protection. Here is the side view. Here is the photo of the side of the garage with this roof. The height of the new structure will be approximately 10 feet above the adjacent grade, and the new work will be structurally independent from the garage. Here are the colors. This is the country red that is proposed for the roof. The exposed wood beams and columns will be architectural grade wood beams. Railings and underfloor lattice will be finished wood material. The color of all the finished wood will be Cabot solid color and ultra white. This is this white. The deck will be constructed of structural wood framing covered with red cedar decking, finished with paraffin. The fireplace and stucco wall under the deck will be an El Rey cementitious stucco hacienda. That's this one here. And the brick mantle and hearth of the fireplace will be Kinney brick colored Pacific clay red. That's this one. Staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with sections 14-5.2 D and E. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. So as stated, this is a significant house and all elevations are primary. And the applicants want 2 new portales which are not going to be attached. How far back from the primary facades are these going to be?
I am not exactly sure. I think that that is something that they would be open to discussing. I had recommended that they set it back just a few inches in order to separate the buildings.
Okay, and let me see what other members have to say. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Thank you, Daniel, for the incredibly clear and thorough presentation on this project. It's a pleasure to see all these details and for you to catch things like the roof of pergola sticking out on the back, on the side of the property. I'm also amused slightly that, that this is a John Gaumeme edition that probably this board would have some trouble approving. But it's an abrupt change from the style or the sensibility of the original house. But it clearly reflects two periods of time, which in my mind is great. I think this is a clever way of dealing with the significant status of the property. It's very clear what's new and what's old. It's more to the point, if it's structurally separate, it is also reversible. We're not covering over anything here in any significant way. We're marring the significant structure. And I'm excited about reviewing this project. I think it's an interesting proposal.
Thank you, Member Guida. Member Beachside.
Thank you. Daniel, what is the status of the garage?
Significant.
Okay, and is the roof, I believe it's a shed roof that's proposed for positioning next to the garage, is that considered a pitched roof in this? Is that
pitched? I'm not sure if there's a definition. Perhaps Nicole can help me.
Yeah, I can speak to that. It wouldn't be considered a pitched roof. It's an accent, like it's in a, usually the portals are just considered an accent.
Okay.
So it's not like an entire change in the look of the structure by adding like a pitched roof.
Okay, thank you. And then could you just briefly speak to how visibility plays into a significant structure? It was my understanding that that doesn't really matter since all facades are primary.
No, it doesn't play a role.
Thank you. Member Guida, did you have something further? Oh, he forgot.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. Other members? I don't see any other hands. Let's get the applicant or applicants sworn in. And who is the applicant or applicants?
We have Ken Payson. You'll need to unmute on your side, Ken. All right, he looks like he's ready.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Kenneth Payson, 755 Acequia Madre, 87505.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Payson. What do you have to tell us about this project? And if you could kindly answer the question that I asked, how far back are these proposals that are not being attached?
The portals we worked with Daniel on, we actually consulted with him before we even started designing this, and we're advised to just keep it structurally separate. So the goal of this project is so the owners can walk out the door of their kitchen area and enjoy the west side of their house with some covering. So we made it as close as possible, but not touching the structure. So it's independent, but the columns are 6 inches away.
Okay, and do you have anything further to tell us?
Well, for both structures, the roof will cantilever beyond those posts so that it is about 1 inch away from the house, just to keep the rain, off their heads when they're out there. And it is, as Daniel advised when we first met, it's something that can be erected and taken down someday if someone chose to without impacting the structure or the finishes of the existing house.
Just to clarify, so these columns here are 6 inches away, but then the roof hangs over.
Roof cantilevers, yeah, just for protection.
Here, the roof would be about 1 inch, and these columns are about 6 inches.
Correct.
Thank you. Let me see if other members have questions for you. Board members, any questions for the applicant at this time? It appears not. I'll open it for the public. Stephanie Benenato.
Good evening, Stephanie Benenato, PO Box 1601. I find it interesting that you can come up to an inch away from a significant structure on a primary facade, and it's okay and don't need a 10-foot setback. I think that, and I think I heard Daniel say that visibility didn't play into this at all. Although I would think that if you were blocking the view of a primary facade on a significant structure, that actually would call into question whether you are whether you are affecting the status of that building. And so for me, I think the only element that really is jarring to me is the fireplace itself, which clearly does impact your view of the primary facade of one of the one of the primary facades. And I would think if that could go away somehow, or not have the chimney on it at least, that it would be, to me, less impactful and again, just less impact on a significant structure. Thank you. Oh, and again, if the person is an architect, I'm raising the objection, Lee versus Catron, unlawful practice of law. Thank you.
Thank you. It appears that no one else from the public wishes to comment on this particular structure, on this particular case. Let me see if board members have anything further to add. Anything else to add, board members, or question? It appears not, so I will entertain a motion. Is there a motion on the floor? Board members? And we have 5 board members here, so one of you should make a motion unless you feel that there's further discussion needs to take place. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. In case 2020-003062 HDRB 350 Garcia Street, I move to approve the project as submitted.
And is there a second?
Katz will second.
Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
No.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
No.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
And thank you, applicant.
Thank you.
Next case is Angela's case. It's located at 1668 Cerro Gordo. This is 2021-003068. Angela, you have the floor. May we hear your report, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. (1668) Cerro Gordo is a 796 square foot casita listed as non-contributing to the downtown and east side historic district. The casita fronts Cerro Gordo Road to the north and sits north of the main house, which is out of public view. The house and casita are Spanish Pueblo revival style. The casita is referred to as a cottage listed on the New Mexico Building Survey form. The date built is unknown. Current owners converted it into a garage in 1970. It was later converted to a casita in 1976, during which was added a small kitchen, bedroom, bath, and entry portal to the west. New doors and windows were added. The applicant came before the board on January 5th, 2021 for remodel of the casita, which was approved. The applicant returns to the board proposing to add a 23 square foot closet on the east elevation, add a 240 square foot portal to the south elevation. The portal design matches the board approved casita's front, which is the north entry, with white posts and beams. The south portal also will have the galvalume standing seam metal roof that was also approved on the north side house entry. The addition stucco will match the casita's El Rey buckskin. Under the portal will be white stucco El Rey colonial white. Stucco under the front entry portal white is to be El Rey's colonial white. I'm going to take you back through the pictures. You'll recognize this house. That is the front north side, no changes there. This is the survey form. This is the, keep going through the photos. This is, I'm just going to go through the photos. I'm not going to narrate. This elevation is what is proposed for a portal. This is the south elevation, and the portal is proposed for the length of this facade. The closet is proposed on this east elevation, and that's showing that corner again. And this is the east elevation where the closet is proposed. You go around the corner and the door is on that side. This is the existing floor plan, and this is the proposed floor plan. And the proposed floor plan shows the portal addition and the closet addition here. These are the elevations. This is the existing east elevation, the south and the east, and this is the proposed south elevation, portal, no portal. This is the proposed east elevation, which shows where the closet is and the proposed portal. Staff recommends approval of the application as it complies with 14-5.2D general design standards for all historic districts and 14-5.2E downtown and east side historic district standards. And for that, I conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. So on this particular project, 796 square feet is proposed to be added, with 23 square feet of that to be closet space. Is that correct?
Chair Rios, the 796 square feet is the size of the casita existing. 23 square feet are proposed for the closet.
Oh, I'm glad you clarified that. My notes are sketchy here. Thank you for clarifying that. So the closet is 23 square feet. I don't know what the portal is, but thank you for that clarification. Any other questions for Angela at this time? None. Would you swear in the applicant, please?
The applicant is Elizabeth Wagner.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Elizabeth Wagner, 810 East Palace Avenue in Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. What do you have to add? Do you have anything more to add to what staff just told us about this project?
No, I think it's very clear. I would just say that the portal is 8 feet deep by 31. It goes almost the entire length of the facade, about 248 square feet. You had asked that earlier, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Elizabeth. Let me see if board members have further questions. Any other questions for the applicant, board members? It appears not. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? It appears no one from the public wishes to comment. I will take it back to the board for a motion. Member Katz.
Thank you, Chair Rios. In case 2021-003068, HDRB at 1668 Cerro Gordo Road, I would move to approve the application as submitted.
Rita seconds.
Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much.
Next case is located at 235 North Guadalupe Street. This is case 2021-003058. Daniel, it's your case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm showing a photograph from the history of cinema of 235 North Guadalupe Street.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I thought I just moved Brian over, Brian Knox, but now I don't see him. And we need to make sure he's present. And I hope I didn't click the wrong button. Brian, are you here? I got a Miguel de Silva. Is that a good?
Yes, he is also he's the applicant.
Okay. So I've moved over Miguel, so at least we do have our applicant here, but I'm a little worried about why I lost Brian. So I'm hoping he can sign back on. We can proceed, I think, if we've got the applicant.
This is Miguel de Silva. I am on.
Okay,
thanks. Okay, I think
235.
excuse me, I think I spot Frank in that photo. Okay, go ahead, Daniel.
235 North Guadalupe Street is a non-residential structure constructed in 1955 with additions following 10 years later. Oops. I just wanted to point to this diagram. This is supposed to be the original structure, and you can see these are the overhanging roof lines. There have been a significant number of additions in terms of the overall form. Known as the Burger Bowl, it was built in direct response to the construction of the Tesuque Highway bypass. It stands on an open paved lot on the east side of North Guadalupe Street, facing directly onto the former highway. It began as a simple rectangular box of 1,888 square feet, with canopies to the north, south, and west elevations had several additions. The west, let's see here. This is the west facade. Consists of windows over a solid wall taking up nearly 2/3 of the facade and is shaded by a wooden canopy. It is capped with an artificial chimney. The south elevation houses one of the entrances with an aluminum door that you can see here. Historic wood bathroom doors and a grilled window here. I believe those are the bathroom doors. Oh, this is the north elevation, similar in design to the south elevation. It's got drawn in the dimensions of the existing window, which is an aluminum window, and the east portion extends out. You can see it extends out here, which is probably a later addition. So that's, and then the Burger Bowl, the east rear elevation contains access and storage area that was added in 1965. There's no picture of that in the packet. The Burger Bowl building occupied an important place in Santa Fe. However, due to its many additions, it has lost much of its original integrity. In the staff report, I have included the definition of a contributing structure. It is considered not to be eligible for contributing status, which requires that alterations to the original be only minor. These, in light of the number of additions to the roof and to the building, there's currently a recommendation of a non-contributing status. Staff recommends that the historic status of the structure be maintained as non-contributing per section 14-5.2C.
Thank you. So Daniel, of the original structure, do we see any of that?
I believe you do. I mean, you can see this is the front. So, no, excuse me. Yeah, I think this is the front. So on the sides, we see quite a bit, and also in this front area, we do see on the front portion, but this overhanging canopy is new. So when you look at the kind of the image of the building with these long roof lines, it is a historic structure, but it is not the original structure.
Okay, so are you saying point out the portion that we do see that is original?
This box here, without all this roof on the top.
Okay, thank you. And what about on that structure? Are the openings original as well? Or no?
I believe they are the original openings. I would have to go back to the detail on the HCPI.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Member Katz.
Yes, I understand that what we see was not the 1950 building or the 55 building. What we see is the 1965 building by and large. I think probably the wall that we're seeing on the photo that you're showing right now at the end of the parking area, that was not part of that, but everything else there was what was Bert's Burger Bowl and whatever we all knew as Bert's Burger Bowl for years and years and years. And I'm curious as to why you don't feel that that is sufficiently what was historically within the over 50 years ago, the structure.
It's a historic structure at this point. You're correct. I guess the question is whether, if I'm just looking at the definition, and it says the contributing structure may have had minor alterations, but its integrity remains. So the question, I think, is, does this, knowing that this is not the original, knowing that this is an altered building, does it have integrity in itself, or has it lost its integrity compared to the original structure through its alterations?
Okay, thank you.
Member Guida.
Thank you, Cherios. Daniel, even independent of this particular project, you've presented this argument before that alterations somehow no longer allow the building to be contributing or diminish the status. I mean, if that were true, we would be engaged in this futile exercise of week in, week out, examining plans for additions and alterations to contributing buildings, only for them to come in after construction is completed and no longer be contributing. It's an argument that doesn't make any sense to me. In this particular case, and more so, we're not chasing here some kind of original, like this privileging of originality is also troubling to me. What this thing was as it started out is not what it turned into. I think it's up to the board to really look at, what is the period of significance of this particular building? Does it have integrity, even with additions and renovations? Hopefully, in the case of this building, and hopefully in the work that we do, we are approving additions and alterations that have integrity, that maintain the integrity of the building. And so I'm troubled by the line of thought on this in general, and specifically as it might apply to this project. I think this is an interesting building, not because of the visibility of the original central structure, not because of the 50-year rule, but because it represents a kind of excellent example of type in the 1950s and more importantly 1960s of a kind of drive-in restaurant, and it's interesting to me on that front. So that's just my 2 cents on this argument.
Thank you, Member Guido. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Chair Rios. Yeah, I see this as sort of a question of interpretation of the language defining contributing structure. And I completely understand, Daniel, your interpretation. I think it's legitimate, but perhaps mistaken in this case. The language I'm focused on is that last sentence, that the contributing structure may have had minor alterations, but its integrity remains. And you're interpreting that to mean any alterations from the time it was first constructed. But I think that it would make more sense to interpret that to mean alterations outside of the historic period that we're focused on, which is the 50-year rule here. So that if that roof had been added 10 years ago, that would seem to indicate that this sentence in the definition would mean that its integrity no longer remained. But since the integrity of the building that we're examining is it's been that way for more than 50 years. It could have had a lot of changes, I think, in the 20, 30, 50, 100 years prior to that. But it still would be contributing to the historic district as well as satisfying the standard of its integrity remaining. So in this particular case, I think that's how I would interpret that provision and find that this does have contributing status.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Member Larson.
I think these cases are really fun and interesting because I think Frank kind of said it all, where he looks at this picture and compares it with a memory. And I think that we get that a lot with some of our local experts that we have from the public. But yeah, thanks for putting it back to that slide, because I think that kind of says it all, where there are so many continued parallels. Cecilia asked about the windows, and we can see here that they're kind of painted to blend in with the stucco, but now they're, turquoise versus tan. And but we can see that the patterns and the openings look to be almost the same, which I think is what Daniel had kind of said as well, that they were likely the original. And I also really like the kind of the changes that have occurred are sort of a reflection of how Santa Fe has changed. We can see that the front portion has that short yard wall for picnic tables, whereas, in the 60s, it would have been more desirable to drive your car right up to it, whereas now it's, about walkability and being able to, sit outside and have a peaceful meal. So I like that kind of transformation of time where we can still see the remnants of what was there, and I think with a pretty decent amount of integrity. But again, that kind of change in the way that, Santa Fe has evolved and changed a lot. But still it's, kind of remained the same. So it's really fun and interesting to look at these commercial structures in addition to the residential structures that we usually look at.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Guida.
Thank you. John, I want to follow up just on your point that, I totally agree. Originality and integrity are not the same thing. And we're not pursuing originality at the exclusion of integrity. They're two separate things. And we look at integrity a little bit more often. Things do change over time. And it's harder to find true original examples. But I do, you know, I do just want to weigh back in on the 50-year rule. Like, you know, this does not have integrity because it's more than 50 years old. It has design integrity because of how it's put together, for what reasons and what forces created it at a particular point in time. And the example of saying, well, you know, if this canopy was built 10 years ago, then it wouldn't be contributing. That's not true. We review cases week in, week out. There are additions that are done to buildings that we approve that do not make the building then non-contributing. If a case were to turn around 2 weeks later after construction, we're not going to downgrade the project because of what we approved to be added to it. So just a note about the time period concern from my point of view.
Thank you. Let me see. The applicant, did we get the applicant sworn in?
We have not. I have Miguel De Silva. I also see Brian Knox. I don't know if he was planning to speak, but it appears, I don't see a microphone next to his name. I did see him pop onto the video for a moment. So perhaps we should just swear in Miguel for the moment.
Okay. Mr. De Silva, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Miguel De Silva, 29 San Buenaventura, Chimayo, New Mexico.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. De Silva. What do you have to tell us about this project? And do you feel that it should be contributing or non-contributing?
I don't have a feeling either way. I'll leave that to the experts, principally John Murphy and your staff and your board, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you. And you did not have anything further to add?
Not with regard to the status review.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me open it to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this particular case? Stephanie Benenato.
Good evening. Again, my objection concerning unlicensed practice of law. I do agree with board members who have been discussing this. I think the conversation that somehow a part of a building that was added on in the 1960s somehow doesn't make it contributing makes no sense under the ordinance. And the 50-year rule is there to give you some kind of time frame, not necessarily a design framework, but a time framework in which to consider buildings. Because had this building been built, say, in the 1970s to look like a drive-in from the 1960s, or 50s, you wouldn't be seeing it as a contributing structure. So I am urging the board to make it, or I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the agenda, but to either maintain it or designate it as contributing. And I would leave it up to the board. I mean, to me, almost all the facades, with the exception of the one where the closet on the back, I think it's on the back side, is, I think, embody the characteristics. This one, the one with the doors, doesn't seem so much to me to be characteristic of a diner, but certainly the one facing Guadalupe Street and possibly the one to the, I'm going to say, north, would. And thank you.
Thank you.
This is the north elevation.
John Eddy.
Madam Chair, I think you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I feel very strongly that this property should be statused as contributing. It has tremendous integrity. I think you would attest to that in the same way that I do. I would agree that the closet space on the eastern elevation was probably one of the last things that happened here, other than the walls, but the walls have been there quite a long time. I think the original structure is pretty irrelevant by now. I'm not familiar with the original structure other than having stood at the counter about a zillion times waiting for my burger to be served, which was where the oven was, or the stovetop. In 1955, I was 0 years old, so I can't attest to that structure. But this structure, as it stands, is remarkably unchanged. So I urge you to leave it or status it as contribute. I also think that it's a tremendous asset to the streetscape as it is, and adds a lot of flavor to people coming into town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to ask you, John, but then you answered the question, if you paid 35 cents for the burgers.
It was worth every penny.
1956, they were 35 cents. But you said you were not around at that time. Question for Daniel. Are we considering the walls here, or the walls came way later?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
The walls,
The
are
wall-
they being considered for historic status as well?
Yes, we haven't addressed them in any particularity. Well, I should say they would only be eligible if we knew them to be 50 years old.
And do you know the age of the walls?
I need to look in the HCPI because I didn't include that in the report.
Okay, and also I would like to hear a discussion from the board as to, it appears that they're going to be moving towards contributing status as to primary facades. Member Larson?
Yeah, I actually had a similar question about the sign, though. I don't know if that's something that we need to note. If it's we designate the west facade, I believe, which is the facade facing Guadalupe. Would the sign have to be included in the motion? Because it looks to me that the sign would be kind of the original outline.
Okay, would you show us the west facade, please?
Maybe it's not. I don't know.
Just a second. That's the west facade.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the same placement, but the sign was changed. So maybe it's just the same pole. I don't know.
Is this the original sign?
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Nicole.
I believe that sign with the pole has been there since the 1980s.
Yeah, okay. What
The
is-
existing Taco Fundacion sign, yeah, I believe that's been there since the 1980s.
Or
I'm going to stop my screen sharing to try and look into my files to find the HCPI.
yeah, or even more current, actually, I think. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think Nicole's right. His figure 8 in the Hickey is circa 1985, and it looks like the same sign there. And the yard wall is there as well with the picnic tables.
Okay, so Daniel, what is the age of all those walls?
I'm just trying to find my records
Trying
with
to find
the
that?
HCPI to see if I have any.
So members of the board, if you're going to make this contributing, do you have questions or comments in reference to the primary facades? It appears to me that you're moving in that direction. Any comments? Member Katz?
Yes, I would certainly think that the west facade is primary. And I guess I think more the south rather than the north would be primary, largely because the bathrooms are there. And boy, if anything indicates a drive-in type burger place, it would be the bathrooms attached. I don't think the walls are historic, or we don't have any evidence of them being historic. And certainly that's not what we see in two-lane blacktop.
Madam Chair, the HCPI says that on the south, the 1960s canopy created a sheltered dining room that was enclosed by a stuccoed pony wall after the 1970s.
Yeah.
After, okay. And thank you for that. Thought I saw another hand up. Any other comments? If not, I think a motion is in order at this time. Member Katz.
Yes, in case number, which case number is this? 2021-003058 at North Guadalupe Street. I would move to increase the status, or I don't know, is it non-status now? Rather, make the status now contributing and identify the west and south facades as primary, not including the pony wall. And I understand actually that the doors to the bathrooms have been changed, so they are not historic now, I don't think.
Excluding the doors, okay. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second, Larson will second with the following friendly amendment that we also designate the north elevation as contributing due to its retention of integrity with the sliding aluminum window and large commercial texture window.
Member Katz, do you accept that?
I will accept that.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, Member Beachside.
Yes.
Member Bienvenue.
Yes, and I do appreciate the friendly amendment because I do think the north elevation is critical and very visible for anyone entering the town.
Member Guida.
I'm going to vote no, only because I think the south facade or the west facade is the only one to designate.
Okay, Vice Chair Katz.
Yes. Yes.
And Member Larson.
Yes.
Thank you. And Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. The next case is at the same location, 235 North Guadalupe, and now we have a contributing building with the north, south, and west facades as primary. And this is Daniel's case as well, and we will hear his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did anticipate that the board might designate the structure contributing with the north side primary. Therefore, we have did notice and the applicant did apply for an exception for this coming proposal. So 235 North Guadalupe Street is a non-residential structure constructed in 1955 with addition following 10 years later. The applicant, so we now have these south, west, and north facades as primary. That includes this north facade as primary. The applicant is now proposing to install a window for a handicap accessible takeout. The sill of an existing window will be lowered by 12 inches. And a handicap accessible shelf 24 inches wide and 10 inches deep will be installed. It will contain an aluminum slider. Here you can see the sliding window, as well as non-operable windows to the side and above. The reason for reducing the height, or reducing the height of the sill, is to make it accessible to handicap. This application is also being made in response to our coronavirus situation, which is putting extreme pressure on local businesses, so that a way to serve the public outside of the enclosed restaurant is needed. That's, I think, all I have to say on that at the moment. The staff recommends approval of the proposed project and finds that the application complies with the design standards in section 14-5.2 D and E, and finds that the exception criteria have been met.
Thank you, Daniel. Board members, any questions for Daniel at this time, or any comments? Member Larson.
Just one question. In the drawing, well, I guess it's not the drawing being shown right now, but the proposed schematic, Can you just clarify, Daniel, is that window going to be reused, or is it going to be just a similar window being added lower?
I do not know. I would ask the applicant, please.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Appears there are no further questions at this time from board members. Applicant, and the applicant has already been sworn in. Mr. Da Silva, what do you have to tell us?
Good evening again, Madam Chair and the board. The motivation for this modification is to try and protect the public and the staff inside by allowing people to pick up their orders and to pay for their orders from the outside. The handicap accessibility would naturally follow suit. In answer to the question of the existing window, the actual window itself would not be reused. The proposal is to lower the windowsill to that height and to place a new window in it, part of which is fixed and part of which is operable to allow for the transaction to take place safely at a distance during our COVID pandemic.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Da Silva? Member Larson.
Thanks. Just one question, and that's just, is there a proposed color for the new window, or is it going to still be the kind of shiny metal that exists now?
The window itself, or?
For the proposed window that will be added.
We have not discussed a color of the window itself.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? It appears not. I will take it to public comment. Anyone from the public wishing to comment? Stephanie Beninato.
Stephanie Beninato. I can see lowering this window down to meet disability access requirements. I do not see COVID as a hardship because it's a universal hardship. And if you start applying it to individual cases, then anybody can come in and say, this is a hardship. It's like aging in place. Everybody is aging in place. It is not a unique hardship. Neither is it unique to this business. And they can definitely serve through a window that size and keep everybody safe. There's really no reason to increase the size. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Eddy.
Sorry, I'm sleeping at the wheel. All right, John. Sorry. You do need to unmute though, John. There you are.
I believe I'm good. Thank you. Ms. Beninato raises an interesting point, and I'll let you guys cope with that. I do believe that this is an appropriate adaptation of a contributing facade. I'm very grateful, I didn't get a chance to say this, but I want to say it now, that this facade was also included at the suggestion of Board Member Larson, because it absolutely does contribute to the status of this building and the overall integrity of the building. So I'd like to see what you end up doing with this window, but I can see it as an appropriate adaptation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board members, do you have anything further? If not, I will entertain a motion. Member Larson.
Yeah, just one comment, and that I think the most appropriate thing to do, just based off the motion that we made designating this facade as a primary facade, is that the chosen color should be the aluminum color, which would be that kind of unfinished silvery color, because that is characteristic of this building type. And it's also most in keeping and most appropriate of a replacement to what's already there. And I think that what defines what's already there is that it is this unfinished aluminum window that would have been characteristic of the original time. And I think that that in preserving that feature, I think that protects this facade and keeps it true to the era.
Thank you. I want to entertain a motion. Member Larson.
Thanks. In case 2021-003084-HDRB 235 North Guadalupe Street, I move to approve the application, finding that the exception criteria have been met. And with the following amendment, that the finish color be a aluminum silver color.
Is there a second to this motion?
Katz will second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Yes, Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenu,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Da Silva. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
okay, let's see. We're moving on to the next case, which is located at 333 Senna Street. This is Daniel's case.
Daniel, can you help me identify our applicant or applicant? Could you raise your
Robert
hand?
Duran should be the applicant.
Don't see a Robert Duran. Okay, I've got a number with a hand raised, so we're gonna hope this is Robert. We're gonna move you over to the panel and let's make sure this is looking like the right person. So they're moving to the panel. I don't know why folks are taking so long to appear in this panelist list. It's odd. Oh, there this person is. So I see that you have a video camera and a microphone. Great. Okay. Can you just unmute and let us know whether you're the applicant person showing up with 321624?
Yes.
Okay, thanks so much. We'll swear you in a little bit. I just wanted to make sure that you're here before we proceed. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Sally. Daniel, you have the floor.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
333 Senna is a single-family residential structure in a Mission Revival style with contributing stratus to the Don Gaspar Historic District. This is the house. This is the wall that is in question. This is the aerial view. It is located here at the corner of Senna and Don Gaspar. I wanted to highlight here the configuration of the lot in which the house is pressed against the north and east parts of the lot, and this is the open space. It is surrounded by a low wall with the house lot sitting above the grade of the street. If you look back at this picture, the street's down here. And then there's this wall which has a certain retaining function for the soil above, and the house which sits even higher up than the lot. The maximum allowable height of the wall of walls is 58 inches on Senna Street and 59 inches on this one, Don Cubero Avenue. The applicant, and here this is just the plans of the existing house and walls. You can see that the house barely protrudes above the top of the existing wall due to the sidewalk, which is at a lower level. Here again, this is a floor plan, and here we're getting into the proposal. The applicant requests to remove and rebuild the wall to a height of 6 feet. The 6 feet, I will remind the board, is measured from this natural grade here. This requires an exception to section 14-5.2 D9C2C to exceed the maximum allowable height of walls in the streetscape. So just so that's clear, the wall will extend up, and here is a plan, or rather an elevation schematic showing the 6 foot high wall. Again, because the house is, I'm not sure exactly what the height of the house is above the natural grade. It's something like 2 feet. The applicant is requesting this extra height. The reason is that the applicant has grandchildren and pets that are endangered by, or essentially they have no privacy, plus they can run out into the street. And with a 58-inch high wall, you don't really get hardly any height when measured from the inside of the lot. And so in order to protect these children and animals, and also given, as I said, this configuration of the lot, there's no backyard, there's no retreat area. This is the outside area that is available to the applicant and his family. Just one further note, this diagram shows that there were various constraints for traffic visibility. I'll go back to reading my report. El Rey stucco will be used for the stucco finish, texture, and color to match the existing house. It's a specialty color, so it will match that color. We don't have a name for that color. The gate will be a custom gate using black wrought iron fencing. Sorry, I'm going back up and down here. Here's the gate, and at these places where the visibility triangle comes into play, there will also be wrought iron. It will be lowered to 3 feet in height according to the restrictions to accommodate site triangles at the corner of Sena Street here. And the driveway on Don Cubero here. And also here. They will be topped with wrought iron to match the gate. So the applicant responded to the exception criteria. There are 6 criteria for height. They're different than the 3 criteria that we more frequently see. Staff recommends approval of this proposal and finds that the application complies with sections 14-5.2 D and E. No, it's not E, it's a different one because it's the Don Caspar area. And finds or recommends that the exception criteria have been met. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, whoops-a-daisy. Daniel, would you take it to the picture of the house in the wall? So so that wall, the house is obviously contributing, but the wall was never considered for status. Is that
wall
correct?
is a non-historic wall.
Non-historic. What? Okay. What's the height of that wall? It looks very, very low to me.
I don't know the exact height. It's I think it's under 3 feet tall.
Okay. And can you describe the streetscape in specific regarding walls?
It might be useful to pull up the Google view. A lot of the streets, the walls are low, but there directly across the street, there is also a whole wall that is close to 6 feet in height. So
did we want to look at Don Gaspar or Sena?
You could pan to the right.
Sena.
Go to the right. There you can see directly across the street, these walls on the right
Whoops, let's see.
are fairly high. Again, the rule is low walls. It's clear. We did a calculation. The rule is low walls. However, this applicant is applying for an exception, and the exception is due to particular circumstances that are also addressed in the exception criteria, that include special conditions which are particular to the land or the structure involved in the application. You know, so the land is raised up higher, that is particular to that particular lot, and as well as the design of the house, which has particularly low windows.
So it appears that there's a combination of low walls and then really high walls.
There's certainly a mixture. The number one or the first exception criteria is that it not damage the character of the streetscape, given the heterogeneous character of the walls, some being high, some being low. I recommend that the exception criteria has been met because there is a great variety in heights.
Thank you. Member Larson.
Thanks. Do we have any idea of the year that this wall was built? Because I know that this is kind of a lava rock, right?
It's a 1980s wall.
Okay, and there are multiple of these within the vicinity of this house, from what I remember. Is that true?
I do not know that for certain, but I know that it is not a protected wall, and I specifically requested that the applicant inquire. He spoke to residents in the street, neighbors, and they confirmed that it was built during the 1980s.
Do we know if there was a wall there prior?
I presume that there was, given the structure of the land, the raised lot.
Yeah.
I don't know that for certain.
But it would be fair to assume that it may have been around the same height as this current wall, based on the lot.
Possibly.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members, at this time for Daniel? If not, let's swear in the applicant.
And again, Robert Gallagher, you'll need to unmute again.
You'll have to unmute. It's unmute.
Oh, I guess we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. You look muted on our end, but I can hear you. So please proceed with Melissa to be sworn in.
Okay, do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Duran?
I
do.
Okay.
Thank you. Please state your full name and address for the record.
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My full name is.
Ooh,
My
Mr.
address is 30.
Mr. Dudon, we're losing you.
Having a little bit of trouble with your audio. Maybe just a slow connection. Maybe try one more time.
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. I think there's just a little bit of a lag if you want to go ahead and I heard you affirm that you were going to tell the truth. So maybe try again stating your full name and address for the record. Hopefully we'll be able to hear the whole thing.
Mr. Dudon, can you hear me?
My name is Rob. Name is Robert Durant.
And would you state your address, please? Oh,
Can you hear me?
No.
You're breaking up. You're cutting in and out, unfortunately.
Do we want to
Yeah,
ask him
through the
to,
whole, Daryl was speaking.
do we want to ask him to call in via phone?
I'm at 37 Gonzalez. Yeah, we can do that.
You know, you're sounding a little better now. We can keep going if you want. I just, if it doesn't work out, we can definitely have you call in and come back to you.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now you're coming in very well. Mr. Dudon, what do you
Okay,
have
I
to
can hear
tell
you.
us? Okay, great. What do you have to tell us about this project?
Well, the wall is definitely not contributing. It's a pumice wall, so therefore it's retaining 2 feet of dirt, and the retaining wall is not a good material for retaining. When the new owner waters his yard, because it's not approved. And
Uh-oh, now
it's a
we're-
hazard to the public walking on the sidewalk.
Okay.
You there?
You know, we're losing you. I understand you to be saying that water is coming through the pumice wall when the owner waters it. I might suggest maybe turning off your video sometimes when you have a slower connection. It's helpful to take the video kind of out of the drag it puts on the system. You maybe want to.
Okay, let's see if we can hear you now. Mr. Dudon?
Okay, is that better?
Oh, way better.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay. Okay, good, good. So like I was saying, the wall is a pumice wall, and it's retaining 2 feet of dirt. The yard wall is the side elevation. And it's not a retaining material. So therefore the wall is coming undone and it's crumbling into the sidewalk. And the reason for the water seeping is because it's a porous material and it's not waterproof. So there's several problems with the existing wall. And we're proposing to build a CMU wall on the same footprint with no change at all. And doing a chamfer for the traffic visibility. And the owner is in agreement to do the iron fencing to match the gate.
Okay, and that the proposed wall is going to be at 6 feet?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be at 6 feet from the sidewalk, but it'll only be 4 feet from the inside of the yard because of the 2 foot difference on the elevation.
Oh, okay. All righty, Mr. Dudon. Let me see what board members have in terms of questions. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Dudon? Member Katz?
Yes, I fully understand why you need to replace what's there. Could you expand on why you're not just replacing a 2 foot CMU wall along to replace exactly what's there now, but with one that works?
For security of the grandkids and the pets, the small pets, and the privacy. And plus, this gentleman moved into New Mexico. He's also a new member of our city, and they've been broken into, like I stated on my letter, surveillance cameras, but that's as far as it's gotten. So they are concerned about their grandkids playing outside in the yard and keeping an eye at all times on them. And then if I might add, Daniel asked about the stucco color and it's tumbleweed. That's the color on the house as we speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, board members? Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. I am not kind of understanding I understand the point. I don't have access to the argument that the wall, because the wall is porous, it needs to be replaced. Plenty of retaining walls in Santa Fe where there isn't much groundwater are made out of porous materials. I've been by this property tons of times. I used to walk my dog past this house every day. The wall seems to be in fine shape. We've seen examples of this heterogeneous wall strategy because of traffic before, and we have not approved these projects. It's one material in the front of the house, then it changes to another, and then changes back again, and changes back again. To me, it's not a very successful design. It's one that is highly dependent on the practicalities of traffic triangles, and it seems to be a kind of only a pragmatic solution and not a good design solution. This house looks amazing from Center Street. The wall is a big part of its character. The low wall is also characteristic of this block and the street. In my mind, I can see no way to approve a wall along Center Street or at that corner for any reason. I would be able to think about a wall along the side street, along the west elevation of the house, which is Don Cabero, which is effectively the side yard of the house. I agree that this house is limited. It doesn't have a backyard. To me, that would be the place to put a well-designed wall in one material that is 6 feet tall. It wouldn't block traffic, nor would it diminish the streetscape on Sena.
Thank you, Member Guida. Member Larson.
Yeah, I really agree with everything that Anthony said, especially his point about the porous nature of Pumice wall. My ideal situation would be that we preserve this wall, because I do believe that even though it isn't historic or isn't over 50 or 50 at all, that it is very character defining in the neighborhood. Like I said, I think there's at least 2 of these type walls in this area, which I think is really interesting. And I would even suggest, if there wasn't further need for security, that we would approve some kind of a gate or a transparent type barrier behind this wall, so that we actually preserve what's already there. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Katz.
I strongly agree with the last 2 comments. I think it would be, you have a contributing house here, and we should not hide it. I can understand the need for security and privacy, and I think that Member Larson touched on something that I think could solve the problem quite well, which would be the wall remaining at that, above it, a wrought iron fence with a gate for the entrance. The wrought iron fence would go around the corner, probably as far north as the facade of the house we see there. And then on Don Cubero, again, continuing the gate or the wrought iron fence down as far as the south facade that we see there of the house. And then it could be a solid wall on that side yard, which could be, for privacy. There is a patio out there, and it could go, I would suggest moving the north wall of that patio just enough south so you meet the triangle criteria, and so that there's the visibility for coming out of the driveway. And that would give you the privacy in the side yard with the, you can see where the end of the north end of that patio is. I mean, you could just enclose all of that in the house part. And then in the front, we would then still have the pleasure of seeing an absolutely gorgeous Santa Fe house.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Guida, did you have something further?
I don't. I'll lower my hand now. Thank you.
Anybody else on the board wishing to comment, or let me see if there's anyone from the public wishing to comment. Stephanie Beninatto.
Hi, Stephanie Beninatto. I go by this house almost every day, and that wall is definitely character defining of the house and of the streetscape. The idea that you water 2 feet down in the city of Santa Fe, you don't water grass, you don't water plants unless, maybe a tree, but there aren't any trees there. The idea that grandchildren somehow are, thinking grandchildren is a hardship. I think unless the grandchildren actually live there full time, that's just another, like, I want my family to visit for a week at Christmas, so let me have an exception. You have the patio can be enclosed, and that could be a protected space both for pets and for children until they get old enough to realize that they shouldn't be running out into a street. And I do remind you that at the wall case on East Alameda, the one where the wall got knocked down, and they kept telling you about traffic accidents, I actually did a public records request, and there were no accidents reported in the time period that the applicant had said. And that was total hearsay, as is this about being broken into. We are a very watchful neighborhood, and those kinds of things have been reported on Nextdoor.com. I haven't seen anything reported about this house being broken into. The woman who used to own this house was an antique dealer. She had been retired. She had amazing antiques in her house and never seemed to be bothered by anybody breaking in. And so I just think it's a red herring to create a privacy that somebody from out of state wants without having realized that they bought a historic structure. We do have a lot of retaining walls on that street, and on my street, my house has a retaining wall too, because my house is higher than the sidewalk. And so I think that the retaining wall is important.
Madam Chair, 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Finish my sentence. I think the retaining wall and that characteristic of the low wall should be maintained, and I support the the members who are speaking in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. John Eddy. Mr. Eddy, you have your hand up.
My delay again, apologies. There he is.
Asleep at the wheel again.
I know I'm doing too many things over here. Sorry, John.
No
Okay.
problem, no problem. Madam Chair, board members, I heartily agree with everything that has been stated so far. I do believe, I think that everybody has concerns about security these days and safety, and I don't discount that. But I believe that the rock wall should remain as is, a tremendous addition to the streetscape. And the lava rock walls are a very interesting vernacular element that's threaded throughout that neighborhood. I think a possible solution of a wrought iron fence can be workable there, obscuring the view of that elevation of that beautiful house is really the wrong way to go. And a wrought iron fence would give you transparency so that you could see through to the house and give the property owner some security. There is a precedent there, if you look closely at that elevation, where there is some wrought iron work, or at least iron work on grill work on the patio there under the arches. So that would tie in pretty well, I think, having wrought iron there. At the most, I think that's a solution that they might want to consider. Thank you, Madam Chair. Board member.
Thank you. There appears that there is no one else from the public wishing to comment. Let me see, the applicant wishes to comment. Yes, Mr. Dudon.
Yes, I just want to express to the board, my main concern was not the default existing wall that's pumice. I've been from Santa Fe all my life, and a pumice wall is not a Santa Fe style wall. Their Santa Fe style walls were adobe. They were CMU with stucco. If you look at that whole area, everybody in that whole Sena block has 6-foot walls with stucco. This is the only house that does not have the mirror wall scape as the others. We're not trying to say that he's trying to replace the wall because the wall is pumice and it's coming apart. He's just choosing to change the design of the structure of his house, of the aesthetics of his house. And basically, I think the children's safety is very important. Nowadays, you know, pets are more protected than kids. So I disagree with that. And as far as that, that lady saying that there has been no break-ins, you know, I don't think my client would make up, you know, a story about break-ins just to get the board to approve a wall. I don't think he's that type of person.
Thank you, Mr. Dudon. Daniel, did you have something?
Yes, I have a couple of things. One is that my understanding of the definition of a quote character, we use the phrase character defining feature. As far as I know, in the code in section D1A, there is the phrase feature in space that embody the status. That's what we call a character defining feature. That phrase refers only to contributing structures. This is not a contributing structure, and in this sense of the code, my understanding it is not a character defining feature of this streetscape. It may be a nice wall, but it is not eligible for protection from a historic perspective. The other thing is that we, or the applicant, is asking for an exception. The rules are clear, but I think the request for an exception is also clear, and that the applicant desires to live in this district, has been living in this district for some time, has grandchildren, and wants them to be able to safely play outside. I have young children, and it doesn't matter how nice the neighbors are. A 5-year-old will still run into the street to get his ball. That's got nothing to do with how nice the neighbors are. So I think that I would just like to encourage the board to take a compassionate view towards the applicant, and not to say that they might be, you know, misrepresenting or trying to take advantage of the board in some way. Thank you.
Yeah, Daniel, thank you. Member Beachside.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I appreciate the reasons the applicant is pursuing the addition of a wall. Those are real concerns for sure. I just don't know if a 4-foot stucco wall or 6 foot from the sidewalk is the best solution. Elevated front yards in this neighborhood are pretty common, and it seems like they're disappearing, and along with them, we're losing the views of these great contributing houses. for similar concerns, we approved around the corner from this house on Paseo, a low wrought iron wall or fence. Also on Cerro Gordo, I believe we approved sort of the concept of a second wall set back into the yard that didn't affect the original wall that was there. That was also, a retaining wall. So I think there's other solutions, and I wonder if the applicant could consider some other treatments that would accomplish the same objective.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Member Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to say that the idea of the wrought iron being a handmade gate, I think, was a really nice direction. And I think that's kind of what has inspired, at least me to kind of think about the consideration of a wrought iron fence rather than a stucco wall. Also, I think John Eddy brought up a really good point about the house itself already having some of those elements. I don't know if we have a clearly defined style for it, but it looks to me like a mission revival style house, or at least Santa Fe's interpretation of that. So I think that all the board is really trying to do is trying to do this house justice, and also point out that character defining is a widely used term in historic preservation. So, I think a lot of us use that to describe, what we see as defining of a historic district or the streetscape, outside of our parameters of, contributing versus non-contributing. And I think that's completely fair. So I think a lot of people have expressed that this wall is this kind of noticeable wall, but maybe it isn't working 100%. So I think we need to do a little bit more digging, and maybe that's not a redesign, but maybe a postponement.
Oh, thank you. Member Benvenu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm fixated on what authority we have at this point. It seems to me we have what's coming before us is a request to find these exceptions have been met in order to have a higher wall than would otherwise be allowed. And it sounds to me like board members don't agree that the exceptions have been met, and I don't either, particularly the hardship exception in this case. But nonetheless, if without the exceptions being granted, I believe the applicant has the right to build a wall on that streetscape that would be within the height limitations, which would be 4 foot 10 inches or 4 foot 11 inches instead of the 6 feet that's been requested. So as much as I agree that it would be ideal to be able to maintain the viewscape of that front facade, I'm not sure that the board really has the authority, unless I'm missing something in the ordinance, to prevent that from happening in this particular case. Nor do I think that we can prevent the demolition. I think that if the applicant wants to demolish the wall, if it's not a contributing structure, I'm not sure we have the ability to prevent that. I just don't know. I'm putting that out there for someone to correct me if that's mistaken. So anyway, it seems to me that all the ideas that have been bandied about by the board are it's very good ideas, and I would hope that they would be adopted by the applicant. I'm not sure we can require that, but in the event that the exceptions are denied, that's the end of this application, I think, for today. And perhaps the applicant would take into account the suggestions that have been made, and in returning, present something that would, even though not necessarily required by the ordinance, would meet the concerns of the board, and which I think are extremely good design suggestions.
Thank you, Member Benvenu. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of share the view of the others that I'd love it to stay the way it is. But I think John, as usual, looks at the law and says, that's an issue. I don't think that a 4-foot wall, 4.5-foot wall is going to work for these folks very well, which is why I think that the suggestion, I think maybe what we need to do is simply say the criteria for the exception have not met and give the applicant a chance to redesign and rethink it. I do appreciate their concern, and I would be probably willing to grant the exception were it a wrought iron fence along the front and all the way around the corner to on Don Cabero, that would allow them to protect the dogs and the grandchildren from climbing over a 2-foot wall and going into the street, and would also preserve for everybody the view of the house. I don't know whether you could easily, Daniel, show us page 17 of the packet that we all got. It's showing the next door house that has a wall in front of it and the house in question, which doesn't. And
Sally, maybe you have that.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. It was, I'm sorry, page 7 that you wanted to see?
17.
17.
And I just, I don't know where we stand on if you have a contributing or a significant house, whether you can build a wall and block everybody's view of that significant or contributing.
No, views are not protected.
So I think I've got page 17. Is this the one you're looking
The
for?
one before that. No,
Perhaps.
I think keep going up. One more, I hope. Yeah, that one. So you see the house 333 on the corner, and then you see the one next door that has a wall. And to me, putting a wall like that in front of the house to the left blocks a contributing facade of a historic building. And it seems to me to defeat the purpose of saying that something is contributing. It's contributing because it contributes to the streetscape, to the historic district. And you put a wall in front of it, you don't see that. And I don't think we should be allowing that. And obviously it's gone on. I know that our chair has railed against this for many years. And I think this is a graphic example of what she is concerned about. If there were a wrought iron fence that went up the driveway to where that tree in the front facade is, and then across the front facade, and then around the corner to where the building is, and then you can make it solid. I would propose that we ask the applicant what their preference is, whether he's willing to go back and redesign. And if not, I would just propose that we simply deny the criteria for the exception have not been met and deny it on that basis.
Okay, I'll turn it over to the applicant, but before I do, as you all know, I'm a lifelong member of this community, and it sounds like Mr. Duran is also a lifelong member of this community. And I'll tell you, in the Donga Spot area, the houses there, I'm very familiar with them. They used to be like in other sections of the city, including, my dear friends, the east side, low walls. They started creeping up, and everybody wants a high wall. And we have in the past used, if you have a contributing building and you want to continue to see that building, it makes sense to have a low wall, but there are also other remedies. And what the board is suggesting, Mr. Duran, this evening, and asking you to comment is perhaps, I don't know if you need to go speak with the owners of the house, that perhaps wrought iron fence would make sense there where you can still see the house. And then on the as you round the corner, maybe a higher wall would make sense, as I heard board members suggest. Can you give us your thoughts, Mr. Dudon? If you unmute.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes. Now we can't hear you. Let's see.
It's unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Now we
Maybe speak up a little, please.
Can or you can't?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was viewing next door neighbors, which was on the right side of 333 Sena, which was, what was the address of that tall wall?
I do not know the address.
Next door.
One on the right.
Maybe it's 335. I don't know. I do not know. But go ahead with your thought.
The next door neighbor back to the wall.
Oh, you're breaking up, unfortunately.
Okay, a while ago, you were showing the next door neighbor's wall and adjacent to the 333 Sena wall. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Can
And
we,
yes,
can we
is
view
correct.
that picture again? Can we
Okay.
view that picture again?
Yes, we'll bring it up.
So this was that same page of the staff report, I believe.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, here we are.
Okay. So my concern is 329 Sena Street has a 6-foot wall because I measured it. Is that a contributing building or is it a non-contributing building?
I do not know the answer to that, and I don't know that Daniel knows the answer to that this evening. In all likelihood, it probably is, but I do not know the answer. Daniel?
I'll just have a look at our GIS. I'll give you an update in a minute.
Okay, he's gonna look.
It takes a minute. Go on and see if there's a other question.
So.
Okay, you want to continue with your thoughts?
Was the contributing. So if it was a contributing building, did that particular home have less charm than 333 Center Road? That you want to preserve the aesthetics of the house? So my thing is this, my client does not want the pumice wall. So therefore, we can redesign to a 58-inch wall, which we are in accommodating in all rights to build, and then put a wrought iron fence on top of that.
My question is, what are you guys going to do?
But I don't know what the board's gonna gain by us taking that route. But, you know, I can talk to my client and I'm sure that's what he's gonna come back with.
Okay, member Katz?
Right. Because the board in the past may have made mistakes in allowing a wall to block the view of a contributing or significant house doesn't mean that we need to continue to make that mistake. I understand that you and agree that you can certainly get rid of the pumice wall if you want to and substitute another wall, but I am not sure that the board would approve a 4.5-foot wall in any case. And I'm trying to suggest something that would meet all of your objectives, except blocking the view of the house. And I encourage you to talk to your clients about that?
Just to get back to you, two things. In the GIS, there is not showing any status for the neighboring house. It appears to be unstatus, but that there's possibly a mistake.
Well, that just means that perhaps it just hasn't been reviewed, correct?
Perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do some more research. As far as, I think if the applicant applies for a wall up to the maximum allowable height, I don't know that the board has a good reason that it could deny such an application. Because it would not be applying for, the applicant would not be applying for any exceptions.
Madam Chair, may I chime in?
Please do.
So the board could deny the design, and they could look at its impact on the streetscape nonetheless, because the code does provision for the board's authority in those regards. View shed is where it starts getting tricky, but streetscape, view shed, actually the board's prohibited from considering view shed, but the streetscape is allowed to be considered. So in essence, the design and its impact on the streetscape, and Sally maybe can speak about this if she has anything to add. But in my experience, the board can deny it and ask for a revision of materials, even if it's not exceeding the maximum allowable height.
I agree with that, Nicole. I think that would be sort of something where we would normally refer to the wall and fence guidelines with regard to wall styles and the district design guidelines for wall styles. The other thing I wanted to note is that in the historic ordinance, subparagraph D1B, if proposed new construction will cause an adjacent structure to lose its contributing status, the application may be denied. So if that's a finding that the board wanted to make in an appropriate case, that's another provision that could be relied on to deny something like a wall blocking a status structure.
Thank you. Applicant, did you have something further to say? You have your hand up.
So 58 inches from the sidewalk would block the structure?
You're saying 58, 4 feet, 10 inches?
Well, allowable height is 58 inches, so that's 4 foot 10 inches.
Right.
From the sidewalk would block the structure?
Well, I don't know at this point. I'd have to see.
I don't see how that would block the structure except for a child.
Or anyone driving by.
It wouldn't block the structure.
Who are we protecting?
Okay, we need to take some kind of action right now. Member Katz, did you have something to say, or are you ready to make a motion?
I would point, I have a question about view shed, but I will not. My understanding is the view shed is what the structure would be hiding further along, not hiding of the building that's right there, that it's part of the same property. Yes, I would. No, I think John had wanted.
John, do you have something?
I was going to make a motion if someone else has further discussion, or that's fine. I can wait.
Anything further, board members? If not, I'm going to turn it over to John. He's ready to make a motion.
Okay, in case number 2020-00295 for HDRB 333 Center Street, I move that the application be denied on the basis that the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the exceptions are met. Specifically, applicant has not shown that the requested height waiver does not damage the character of the streetscape, is required to prevent a hardship to the applicant or an injury to the public welfare, is due to special conditions and circumstances which are peculiar to the land or structure, or strengthens the unique heterogeneous character of the city by providing a full range of design options to ensure that residents can continue to reside within the historic districts.
I would second the motion.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside,
Yes.
Member Bienvenue,
Yes.
Member Guida,
Yes.
Vice Chair Katz,
Yes.
Member Larson.
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you. Mr. Dudon, as you just heard, your application was denied. However, you can come back to the board if you meet with your clients and come back with another submission. And you also have the option to appeal to the city council. And the staff can guide you on that. So did you hear me?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair Rios?
Yes.
If I may, just two notes about this too. I mean, I think the board presented the applicant with a way forward of meeting the exception criteria and providing a satisfactory solution here. But I do want to note the point that was made earlier that staff, even if this is a 58-inch wall, has the ability to bring this to the board. We are not just a ordinance police board, we are also a design review board. And if there's any concern that this is not congruent with the character of the streetscape, it's certainly something that the board should review, even if it is below the minimum required height.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Okay, board members, we have the last case this evening, which is located at 542 Camino de Montesol. This is case 2020-00-3006. Daniel, your case.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. 542 Camino del Monte Sol is a single-family residence listed as significant to the downtown and east side historic district. It is constructed in the Spanish Pueblo Revival style prior to 1928. It includes a probably adobe wall along the street and a garage on the northern lot line. In case 2021-2959 HDRB, heard on January 12th, 2021, the board designated the wall and the garage as contributing. Here's a floor plan of the existing situation with the wall. And this is the garage with doors in the front. I wanted to show existing pictures before we get too far in. Here's the garage. And this is the front gate. Here's the white gate, the wall. The garage is on the north side of the property, constructed on what is now the lot line. It appears to earlier have been a 2-bay garage, but changes have altered it significantly so that the structure is now divided into 2 garages in separate ownership along the lot line by a yard wall. The front east facade contains 2 historic swinging doors, which I showed you briefly. I'm asking you to just look to the photos right now. Here's a photo of the swinging doors. The west facade is a single non-historic door and the south facade has no openings. It was significantly altered after 1978, compromising its historic integrity. It was mentioned as non-contributing in 2007, but it was designated, I'm realizing there was a mistake in my report. I apologize. It was designated as contributing with this being primary. Okay, so we have now the applicant is proposing the following. Again, this is a contributing wall. This is the front, this is the streetscape. Here is a wall and a non-historic gate. Item 1 is to replace the front gate. The existing small 4x4 front gate provides little security and is in poor structural condition. The new proposed refurbished gate would be 4x6 feet, 8 inches with a stucco top. Here you see they want to raise or have this archway going over the gate with exposed header and exposed side jambs. The proposed solid wood gates will be stained Sherwin-Williams chestnut, and the stucco top and stucco sides would match the existing yard wall in an El Rey desert rose to provide more security. That's the goal. Here you can see behind is the significant structure with the very distinctive chimney. Again, this is we're not just no changes will be made to the existing house, but there is this view here. I'm not sure exactly how the board will see that in light of the discussion in the last case, but no changes being made to the house, only to the wall in the front. Item 2 is to replace the existing small 3x4 side gate with a similar gate as in front. Here is the gate. Item 3 is to replace the coyote fence with a stucco yard wall. The coyote fence was not designated as contributing in the last board case. The stucco would match the Desert Ray, El Rey desert rose color of the existing wall. Item 4, remove the existing outswing garage doors, which are no longer functional and result in flooding. They will be replaced with a stuccoed El Rey adobe concrete block wall and waterproofing. Here, this is the existing door, and they propose to stucco and put in windows, refurbished single pane wood windows. The window color will match the existing window color, which is Sherwin-Williams teal. This item requires an exception to section 14-5.2 D1A to make alterations on the primary facade of a contributing structure. Staff recommends approval of the project. However, the staff recommends that the criteria for an exception to 14-5.2 D1A have not all been met. The board may find that they have been met upon further testimony. I stand for questions. I'm sorry, I'm a little slow late in the evening.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, would you take it? Okay, well, since you have the garage up, let me talk about the garage. So this garage, it's not used as a garage. It's not going to be used as a garage. I don't even know if it's used as a garage at the present time, but it looks like.
No, I think it's used as storage. We spoke in the last case. These rocks here are on top of a drop of about 2 or 3 feet between the floor or the ground level on the driveway coming in here and the garage. The garage sits below the level of this driveway, and the doors do not operate. So it's not used as a garage.
Okay, thank you. Now, will you take it to the elevation of the front, okay, that's fine.
This is the coyote fence on the
Right.
north.
Okay, so what is the difference in height from the coyote fence to the wall that's being proposed? Is it higher or is it at the same height?
Not exactly sure.
Do you know the height of the proposed wall?
I'm sorry?
Do you know the height of the proposed wall?
I believe it's the same height as the wall, as this wall in front. I believe that it's. seems-
Okay, we'll ask the applicant. And okay, now here on the front. The applicant is proposing to increase the wall height and correct? They're on the sides.
Well,
to-
technically, we've had this in other cases. There is a maximum allowable height, but a wall where it arches to go around a window or a door is allowed to exceed that height. So the view of staff is that this is such a case.
Okay, where that is being increased, that should or should not be taken into consideration, that it is blocking, contributing, kind of like a similar type situation as we had in the last case.
Yes, it's a similar discussion. And my understanding is that view sheds are not protected. That the view of the contributing structure is not protected by the code, and is not therefore a reason to deny the construction of this raised gate opening.
Okay, let me see what other board members, what their thoughts are. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The pictures we're looking at now show the gate in front of the door. In fact, if you would show the photo that you showed earlier, that drawing, the gate is in fact dead on in front of the chimney. And if you go up in your packet, you'll see that that chimney was built by Will Schuster back in the 20s, and it hasn't changed since then. And the idea that they want to block that, I find fairly outrageous. And
That's again that discussion that we had in the last case. And again, my understanding is that a view is not protected.
I am not sure about that, and that's something that may have to get dealt with. But I think that the misrepresentation on the drawing where the gate is and what the gate reveals, I can't go along with that. As far as the garage is concerned, the garage looks the way it was probably when it was built. And we just decided last month that that was a contributing building and that was the primary facade. And now we want to blow up that. That's not right. I can understand that they might want more light into a structure that is no longer functional as a garage. Guess what they have? They have a south-facing wall that would not only let in light, but also warmth and sun. And I don't see that we could find that the exception criteria for destroying a primary facade have been met in that.
Yeah. Just to clarify, Vice Chair Katz, thank you. I have recommended in my staff report that the exception criteria have not been met for this portion of the proposal for the garage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. And so I have two questions, well, maybe one question and one point to make. Daniel, so you just said that the exception criteria haven't been met for the garage. What specifically?
Well, I can refer only to what I've written here. Let's see.
Was it hardship? Was it?
Just a second, let me get my page numbers correct. So first the character of the district, I wrote that the goal is to secure the structure from water damage. Then staff believes that there is a way to retain the historic openings or their appearance in a way that preserves the structure's history. It would be possible to erect a wall, for example, inside the doors and leave them where they are, to replace them with with, or to repair them. You could certainly keep the opening the way that it is while shoring up the structure internally from water damage. In terms of the hardship, I agreed that there is a hardship because there is water damage. Something needs to be done to preserve the building. That there is a hardship in that respect, but what exactly needs to be done, I think there are other possibilities. And in terms of addressing the full range of design options, I found that where I recommend that the exception criteria has not been met because there are alternatives to the design that has been offered.
Thank you for explaining that. I guess I find this case to be interesting. I do not think that the instance of the wall, of raising the wall around the gate, which we already have a common exception for about height that goes around a gate, is the same. I don't think it's in any way the same as the last case. You know, where we're looking at a wall at a consistent height that would have prevented a view of a contributing structure, even though that was the minor aspect of it. You know, this is just a raising of the height around the door. Everywhere else on the street and everywhere else on this yard wall, you can see into the front yard. It's, you know, I mean, some of this strikes at, you know, what I see as the folly of designating yard walls, boundary walls, as contributing in general. But here, I don't see how this really takes away from the contributing house. Again, contributing, not significant. I think that it's important to note that just as invisibility is not the standard that we have for harmony in historic districts, that, you know, strict originality is not the standard that we should have for integrity. Both of these solutions, the alteration to the wall to create a taller gate, and the alteration to the front of the garage to replace the door with windows, are solutions that maintain the integrity of the property. They are the way that they would have been done historically. They also clearly indicate the way that they're done, what was there before. So for me, I find this to be a really smart way to deal with again, a contributing, not a significant structure, and making changes. These things should not be trapped in amber, just arbitrarily because we think originality is important. That's not what we're chasing here. We're chasing integrity and contribution to the district. I don't see how these two alterations mar this building in any way, especially when we allowed something earlier, which was an addition in front of a significant structure. My 2 cents.
Thank you. Member Beachhead.
Thank you. If I'm not wrong, this is a significant building. The residence is significant. The wall is contributing, and I believe the garage is contributing. Is that correct, Daniel?
Yes, that's correct.
My question is just to clarify, the garage door was not excluded from the primary facade. Is that correct? It is considered.
It is part of the primary facade.
Yeah, the doors themselves, not just the opening.
It's a question of the age of the door.
Oh,
but the exception hinges not on the door, but on the opening.
Okay. And then the exception criteria or the request is clearly for the garage, but was it staff's assessment that it's not required for the changes to the contributing wall?
A height exception is not needed. For alterations to a contributing structure. I'm not sure right now. Maybe Nicole can help me. Sorry.
Or maybe
Yeah.
it's covered by.
I think that the board can call for a change in style, alteration of historic material, since the wall is contributing. I think that what Daniel was looking at was the ability for applicants to have a kind of a tall door-sized gate and then the arch detail over it. But frequently, I'm trying to rack my brain for times when there's been a contributing wall involved in this design. And so I think that that does change the opportunity for it.
Thank you. Member Katz.
Yeah, I think what Daniel was talking about is the height exception. If you have a door like that, that will be maybe higher than the wall is allowed. And they allow that as an exception, I think, to just because it's just over the doorway. But that's very different than changing a contributing wall. I think if you are going to be changing the design and the appearance of the contributing wall, I think that does require an exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, board members?
Maybe I could just make a comment. I think that alterations that would cause a structure to lose its status would be prohibited and would therefore require an exception. An exception has not been applied for because it was not regarded that this would cause the structure to lose its status.
Thank you. Let me see, Member Benvenue.
You, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, Daniel, I can't quite read the elevation drawing. How high is the proposed wall over the gate?
I think it's 6'5", but maybe I would ask the applicant. That's what I'm able to read there.
Okay, and do you have any sense as to what the allowable height would be? If it was, I understand your argument that you're not going to apply the height requirement to that opening, but if you did, do you know what the height requirement would permit?
I don't have
Height
it
limitation.
but I'm fairly sure that we have a record of it. Again, I would have to look into my files. It's one of the challenges of sharing a screen is that I can't look in my files at the same time.
I understand. Yeah, because this, this is a bit more than just a simple arch over a gate. It's significantly higher than it needs to be, even to get over the header of the gate, and then it's much wider than it would need to be. So it's not. Perhaps there are examples of something similar, but that is quite a large area that's much higher than the rest of the wall. Do you agree with that?
It appears to be 7 feet 6 inches on each side of the gate, plus 4 feet for the gate. So yeah, I'm sure it's possible to make it less massive.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions at this time, board members? No one else has his or her hand up. Let's swear in the applicant.
And we do have Carlos Kinsey. He appears to be unmuted. I'm not sure if the property owner wants to speak as well as Laura Chalk. So if she wants to speak, we could swear them both in, I think. Melissa, thank you.
Okay. Do you swear under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do as well.
Thank you. When you each speak, please state your name and address for the record.
This is Carlos Kinsey. My address is 3600 Frias Road, Unit 205, Santa Fe 87507.
Thank you.
My name is Laura Chalk, and my address is 542 Camino de Montesol.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, which one of you wishes to speak first? Either one.
Laura, would you like me to speak first, or would you?
Sure, whichever you prefer. I'm fine with either way.
Okay, I'll start. Just to address a few of the concerns and issues raised. There was no intent to mislead anyone with the architectural drawings, they tend to be, architectural drawings tend to be kind of flat and viewed straight on, especially elevations. So, the point being made that the gate is not aligned on the chimney or the front door. If I'd taken a 2 feet to the right, the gate would have aligned with the door. If I take 2 feet to the left, it would align with the chimney. So there's no intent to misrepresent anything with the drawings. I think the Will Schuster chimney is fantastic. It's a great, unique feature. And same with the arch and the gate. If you're walking by, you can see the chimney great. And then for the few seconds you're in front of the proposed gate, you don't see it. And then a few seconds once you walk past it, you see the entire elevation of the house. So so I don't be misled or just think that a two-dimensional flat drawing is the whole story. It's not. You can still, we're not proposing to raise the entire wall. And then the other point about the kind of these gentle slopes down from the top of the gate, I thought that was a really nice, soft, wonderful way to address this gate. Because if we didn't have it, then you have kind of this long linear wall, and then boom, you've got this pop-up, or kind of like a pimple that just sticks up for no reason. So I thought it was kind of a graceful solution to taper it down. There's nothing unusually large about that entry gate at all. 6'8" is the standard door height of the doors in your house right now. That is the standard height. A 4 foot wide gate opening is certainly not unusual or even generous, especially for a pair of gates, which is what we're proposing. So I thought that was a good solution and very thoughtful. And then adding the windows into the garage door, I thought was also a really nice solution, because I think it tied those little windows with the cross mullions tie into and being the same teal color as the windows on the main house. I think it ties the garage structure in with the existing house. Right now, it looks like an afterthought. It looks like what it was, a very large garage that got divided in half, and now half of it is on the adjacent property and the other half's on this property, and somebody put some gates that may or may not, the garage doors, which may or may not be historic, but there's certainly not anything significant about them. There's nothing architecturally outstanding about them. They're just vertical planks. There are much, much better examples, if you want to preserve garage doors, all over the neighborhood that are fantastic. This is a very poor example that you're desiring to preserve. And again, if we don't address this water problem, which is rotting these doors and rotting the structure, that doesn't serve the H board. It doesn't serve the owner. It doesn't serve the district. If this structure, because it's not functional right now, we can't use it for a garage or storage. So if it's allowed to deteriorate and fall down, I don't see how that serves anyone. So, and then if there's anything that's blocking the view corridor, it's the tree. It's the historic old growth tree. Is the board dictating that the owners cut down the trees so that they can view something that's historic? So it seems a very narrow focus to what I think is a very thoughtful solution. And I think that's what we're trying to balance here, is to preserve the historic district, but also give the owner a sense of privacy. That's why we're proposing the entry gate, to give her, and that's why we're enclosing the side. the applicant the owner's a single woman, and she would like to have a sense of security. And I don't think that just because you've purchased a historic home, that precludes you from having privacy. Yeah, that's my point. That's all I have to say. I've gone on enough. So maybe Laura would like to add to that, the owner.
I would. Madam Chair and board members, first, thank you very much. I want to make a brief statement, and I really appreciate you allowing me this time. With respect to the front wall gates, my main concern, and even the sidewall gates, has always been safety. I want to feel safe in my home. The gates in the front courtyard are rickety, and they don't even close or latch properly. My front gate is right on the road, as you can see in the photo, and my front door is just steps to that gate. I live here alone with my 10-month-old puppy. In addition to my security, I'm constantly worried that my dog will escape through this yard, and even the coyote fencing is falling down. And I just want to secure my courtyard and feel safe in my house. As to the garage, in terms of that, I would just like to prevent further decay from it, and if possible, use it. The doors do not work, and it's in really bad condition. I cannot use it for anything other than an unsecured storage area, which right now is infested with mice. I can't keep the mice out. It's because of the garage's current state. I have visited my neighbor's home, by the way, the one who used to have the other half of the garage, and they've completely changed it and made their part of the garage into an entryway. It bears no resemblance whatsoever to a garage. I, on the other hand, would like the same opportunity to make the garage useful, but also to keep the historic, beautiful garage structure. And I really thank you for listening to me. And I know it's late, and I know you've been going on a long time, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you both for your comments. Mr. Kinsley, the question was asked by another member or it was indicated that the stucco over the gate that you're proposing goes up to 7 feet 6 inches. Is that correct?
No. So the gate itself is 6 feet 8 inches tall, and then there's a wood lintel which is 8 inches high, and then there's another foot 14 inches above that. So the total would be 8 foot 6 inches at the highest point, and then it tapers back down to the wall height, and that wall is 4 foot 6 inches tall. And then there was another question about that, replacing that coyote fence, and that would be the exact same height, 4 foot 6 inches tall, and that would tie into the wall, which is the same height at the front.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Let me see what other board members have, what questions they might have of you. Board members, any questions at this time for the applicants? Member Katz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm concerned about the dismissal of what I think we're all about, which is historic preservation. And if you're going to preserve, to take first the garage, you will need at some point to do maintenance. And if the bottom is rotting because the rocks are there, then you maybe need to do a little bit of work on the ground to get it so the water flows away from it. You may need to be doing a little work on the bottom of where the doors are so that it's firm. What we are charged with, I believe, is really preserving the outside of that garage facade. There's nothing that prevents the owner from doing whatever on the inside of the door would do to make it totally secure. You could use 4-inch thick steel if you wanted to. It's just what we see on the road that is being preserved on that facade. On the front gate, I mean, I guess I heard some comments about the gate is rickety. Well, it's interesting because the gates that gate, whoops, that gate is, we're told, not historic. There was previously a gate there, the historic gate, that was almost the same thing. It had maybe a couple of more vertical slats, but it was virtually the same. And I mean, the gate can be changed, and without having to change the nature, the whole feeling of the wall, the feeling of the contributing wall, or to block the house. So I mean, I'm finding it a hard time understanding. Now, the coyote fence was not made contributing. You can rip that down. You could build that fence there, and that's fine. You could make if the coyote fence is falling down, it could be repaired and be plenty secure to keep your dog inside and to keep anyone outside as much, well, probably better than the wall, because the wall gives you an easy place to just vault over, where it's a little harder to vault over a coyote fence. But that's not something that I think is preserved, because it was not found to be historic and contributing. So that's my thoughts. And I mean, what I hear is we really want people not to see us, and we want security. And that may not be something that can be achieved when you have an historic structure. There are things that you give up when you have an historic structure. And you know, there are lots of places around town where you have people have really secure front gates and stuff like that. And you know, if that's the primary concern, maybe this isn't the right neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Katz. Member Larson.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that there's a kind of culture about this kind of maintenance-free kind of lifestyle that a lot of us are kind of intrigued by. And I think at the end of the day, Frank is right. I mean, historic structures take a lot more work, but they give back in the way that they last a lot longer. And you know, we select these characteristics and elements not arbitrarily, but for a very specific reason with good intent. So, and we're very fortunate to live in a kind of forgiving climate when it comes to like wood elements, where, you know, cyclic application of oil to a wood door is really effective and a really inexpensive way to maintain an element. And when it's neglected for so long, I mean, it's inevitably going to fail. And that's what we're faced with right now. I don't think the answer is completely altering that piece of the property in favor, again, of that tempting maintenance-free kind of idea. So yeah, all of that. And then reflecting earlier on what was said about these architectural renderings not reflecting exactly what we're going to, or what the exact proposed product is, I think that becomes really problematic. And that, you know, how are we supposed to approve something if we don't know what it looks like? So
we're supposed to look at it.
I'm actually
supposed to look.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm just trying to offer
not
comment.
interrupt her. She's trying to make some points. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm in the favor of doing the wall that we designated as contributing justice, and I don't think that that is an appropriate fit in adding a substantive amount of detail and height and all of that to a wall, changing its complete character. We designated it in that way with its characteristics as existing for a reason.
Thank you, Member Larson. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios. I don't believe that our principal task is preservation. Our ordinance is not set up for that. We do not do preservation the way the National Park Service does preservation. We do not do preservation the way that the Secretary of the Interior standards work. Our job in Santa Fe is to manage change in a way that maintains the harmony and character of our historic districts, not preserving in amber historic material at the exclusion of all other dimensions of preservation, which are cultural, which are about buildings being able to be used by their current inhabitants, and those same buildings to change over time. The house here, and I thank Member Beachside for pointing out that the house is significant, and certainly stricter standards should be applied to structures that are associated with important individuals in history or that have a stricter designation. The elements that we're considering tonight are merely contributing, and for one in my mind, it was highly questionable to designate it as contributing because it's a minor feature of the house. What is being proposed here is a sympathetic way of modifying existing elements in a way that would have been done historically, in a way that is consistent with the rest of the property, in a way that marks what was there before and does not significantly change its intent or configuration, in a way that in the case of the gate is allowed by right, and with the garage in a way that keeps the original opening marked. The header, all of those elements are there. If we expect to manage change, we have to be able to allow homeowners to make changes to their structures in ways that they were done historically. To me, all of these things do not, they may require an exception, they may require a review of the board, but the board should be open-minded enough to find that these things do not damage the character of the district, and certainly do not damage our understanding of the significant structure here. To me, this is a no-brainer. Any question about the representation, any question about the design, I think is off the table. I think this is a really well-represented project, and in terms of its design response, I think it's incredibly well considered. And we wouldn't be doing the right thing by turning this down.
Thank you, Member Guda.
Thank you.
Member Beachside.
Thank you. I don't think the exception criteria have been met, and I haven't heard additional testimony during this hearing that adds to the responses that were insufficient. Specifically, the design options, I haven't heard any alternative design options that were considered and concluded that this was the right one to go with. And as far as the damage to the streetscape and the character of the district, I think this does change the way that this property contributes to the streetscape. It, that the fireplace that Frank talked about was a tourist attraction at one point. These odd sculptural elements on this street were incredibly valued at one time on this street, and a street that originally had no walls. So I think that's something to consider, as a loss to the streetscape if we block it with a increase in wall height of 4 feet. That's pretty extreme. I would like to hear from the applicant if there's a design option that does not include that stuccoed mass over the gate, which adds another foot or so. I think the only part of this proposal that I can support at this point is the change to the coyote fence.
Thank you, Member Beachside. Applicant or applicants, do you wish to respond to any of the comments that have been just made by different board members?
Yes, I would.
Yes, please.
Yeah, as far as someone brought up maintenance free, there's nothing in this proposal that was about being maintenance free. We're proposing two refurbished wood gates. They're wood. So we get that. That's not an issue. And how do you judge it if you can't trust the drawings? Well, you look at it. And that's why I think it's so important for staff to actually do these site visits so you can see it. So you're not just relying on two-dimensional drawings. That's how you solve that problem. And for a board member to suggest to an owner that maybe they need to move out of the historic district because they can't modify a gate or a garage door, that is outrageous. And I take huge umbrage towards that. I think that's outrageous. And I think this is incredibly thoughtfully considered. And the goal should be to, yes, preserve the character of the neighborhood and the architecture. And that's why the house has a significant designation. But these structures can't, this architecture can't become an artifact. It has to be allowed to live and breathe and move into the future, or else it's going to lose all relevance. And if this process becomes arbitrary, people are going to try to do whatever they can to avoid it. And I don't think that's what any of us want. We don't want people just doing things without getting approval. That's why we're going through this process. But it really needs to be thoughtfully considered. And to suggest that an owner should move because they're thoughtfully considering and bringing thoughtful proposals to the board, I think is outrageous. That's it.
Thank you. Member Katz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. There are situations, what we hear all the time are people come to us and say, well, this isn't suiting the members, the owner's need. They want greater security. They want greater privacy. They want to have windows enlarged on a primary facade. And I certainly do not want the owner of this house to leave, to move, to get out of the district. But if complying with the preservation rules of our ordinance means that it's not suiting what they need, well, I think that's a problem. We have an ordinance that has two aspects of it. One is style, that it has to be done in the style. And certainly the gate is done in an appropriate style. I don't question that. But there's also the preservation aspect. And with all due respect to Anthony's comment, in some respects, it is preserved in amber. That's exactly what preservation is all about. And there are not a lot of houses in the city the district is a small part of the city. It's only 20% of the city. The really strict part is much less than that. And the strict rules, the preservation rules, only apply to there are very few significant structures. And those are the ones that really, really count. And in a little bit, it's, on some houses in some districts, you can make kinds of changes that you want to make here. But, you're talking about the primo street on a house by a primo historic figure in Santa Fe. And the restrictions there, they are a little higher. And I believe they should be. And I don't apologize for that aspect of it.
Thank you,
Madam.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want to follow on what Vice Chair Katz said and point to the fact that preservation is discussed in 14-5.2C of the ordinance. And there's also the National Register criteria imbued in 14-5.1, 5.2A, excuse me, I'm getting tired. And that there is a big distinction between local preservation standards, which can be significantly more restrictive and tailored to a particular community than what you have at the federal level, which can be viewed as the overarching umbrella that kind of drives preservation, sets this kind of 50-year rule, those types of things. So our ordinance does have preservation in it, and it does have styles as well.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I mean, I do think that we're about protecting and conserving. If we're not, then why have historic districts? Those two elements are very, very important in all our historic districts. And really, we try to do our very, very best and in reviewing each project on its merits and applying the ordinance and listening to the applicants. Believe it or not, we are listening to you because these places are being used. That's your home. These are not museums. This is your home, and you're trying to make something useful and for you. And we have to listen to what you have to say and also apply the ordinance to conserve really and protect, because really, you guys, we are simply stewards of these historic buildings. We are going to be gone one of these days, and hopefully people that follow us will continue to protect and preserve and conserve the buildings that have been built here. And yes, changes will occur. Of course, changes will occur because people have different needs. You know, for instance, in the vernacular architecture, people started small, families grew, they kept adding. I know, I grew up in a house like that. It started small, and there were 9 kids in the family, so the house grew as the family grew. So we have to take everything into account, and we do have to follow what our ordinance indicates. Member Guida.
Thank you, Chair Rios, and thank you for your comments about that. I agree that we have rules in our ordinance that we are charged with enforcing and interpreting. We also have an exception process. We have a review process that allows the board, this local board, latitude in expressing its values publicly and through the review of the historic districts or projects in the historic district. I think a narrow and strict interpretation of preserving materials and minor details at the expense of bigger picture items, which are also being preserved in this case with the wall, its configuration, its materiality, its sensibility, its design elements, with the garage, its massing, its scale, and all of that. To focus on such narrow things as the gate the way it is, the door exactly the way it is, to me is really, really narrow. It's narrow in terms of the scope of what we're dealing with in terms of architecture, and it's more narrow in terms of what we're dealing with the public, homeowners, and the ability to make change. And it's exceptionally narrow with who we're excluding from this process. This is a costly and timely and time-consuming process for property owners. The very buildings that we're protecting, that we're saying are the most important and are the character-defining buildings of these districts, as you pointed out, Chair Rios, changed over time. Windows were replaced with doors and vice versa. Rooms were added on in a way that was sympathetic to the original structure, room-based and wall-dominated and so on. To deny an applicant, and although, and to not consider exception criteria here in this case on merely contributing elements, minor elements of the property, so that those elements can evolve over time in a way that is consistent and does not damage a significant structure that's also on the property, to me is really, really short-sighted. And I think we're, this is arbitrary. This is, I think, cruel, and it's not the intent of what we're being charged with here.
Thank you. I believe the owner of the property wishes to comment. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. I feel that Vice Chair Katz minimizes my need for security and safety, and especially to a gate that's not even contributing, to replace it with something that I could make more secure and locked. And it's not a question of like a need that's just, because I want to change the property or because I moved to a place and how dare I want to be safe in my home. I'm offended by that statement. I'm from New Mexico. I love New Mexico and I love Santa Fe. And I mean, I just feel that especially if this is an exception to allow a gateway and the height requirement doesn't apply, then I just don't see why that front gate security would be denied in my petition. I'm not sure I understand what the reasoning is for it. And I mean, frankly, I bought the gate. I have to buy the gate to put into that place, and I'm hoping to use it. So to me, this is rather a cruel way to treat an applicant when I'm not changing anything that's significant. I'm not changing the property. I'm just adding to it, and I'm making it useful to me as the property owner. And, so I'm just really confused by some of the dialogue and somewhat offended by the feeling that, get out if you can't take the historic neighborhood. That is just not, I love the historic neighborhood, and that's why I moved to it. And as I said, I'm a native New Mexican, so I appreciate it on a whole different level as well. So thank you for for allowing me to make those additional comments. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just want to kind of refocus the discussion here a little bit. The board isn't looking to discuss use of anything or security. It's about design and preservation. We know that the wall that is on the north side of the house where the coyote fence is located currently in the proposed wall design, that is not contributing, and that the front wall is contributing, and the garage is contributing. And those are the three things that we're discussing at the moment. The board does have the option of denying the exception for the garage and asking for redesign with a postponement of the case. And the front wall, the board also has the option of asking for a change in the style, an exception for a change in the style. So I just wanted to put those things out there and kind of refocus the conversation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nicole. Member Katz, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I guess the problem is, and I apologize to the owner, that so often the expressed desire, and certainly a reasonable one for security, obviously the gate that's there now, much as one wants to say, oh, it's been there for 50 years. No, actually 100 years. No, it wasn't. I guess they didn't have the wall at the beginning. That the desire is for security. That security can be provided in a way that is less large. I mean, you heard our comments on the earlier case, on the case just before yours. I mean, is it security that they wanted, or a wall that gives them privacy from people on the road? And I can understand that too, but that's sort of an unfortunate part of that being on the road. But you could have a very secure gate on your front gate there. It could even be a wrought iron gate that people could see through. You have a wall that's only 4'6" that is quite easy to vault over. So, I mean, it's not like the tall, really tall addition in the middle of that contributing wall is going to really protect that front very much. And I think that it is, it's sort of an unfortunate thing that right in front of that gate is an incredible feature of a significant house by one of the most significant members of the community in the early years. But I think there are alternatives, and I would encourage you to consider what Nicole just said. And instead of saying, well, I really want it to be different, say, well, how can I make it work with making it as sort of as little different as possible? And I guess, I think that Member Beachside was correct when she said that really alternatives haven't been explored with the garage. The design that you want to do there is perfectly lovely, but I don't think that's the issue. I think, how do you preserve what's there and meet your needs? And I would encourage you to follow Nicole's advice and consider perhaps a couple of redesigns. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Katz. Let me hear from the public now. Stephanie Beninatto.
Really don't want to hear her.
Sorry about that. Stephanie Beninatto. I definitely think that preservation is part of what you do. The prologue, or I'm sorry, purpose clause says.
Carlos.
I'm sorry, I got interrupted. Somebody's talking about Carlos. Can I get please? The purpose section says, I'm condensing, qualities relating to history and that attract tourists and residents should be preserved. The garage wall, the garage door, you can put a little like curb up to it that will prevent the water from coming.
Hey, Carlos, Laura.
And
I cannot believe that Katz guy. How rude he is.
Okay.
Oh, put
just a minute. Stephanie Beninatto has the floor, and we are hearing, I believe, from the owner. If you can not make your comments at this time, because everybody's hearing the comments that you are making. And let's hear what the public has to say. And Stephanie, start all over.
Thank you very much. Purpose section says qualities relating to history and that attract tourists and residents be preserved. There are other design options for the garage. You can put a curb up on the outside that will prevent water coming in. You can make it secure as suggested by doing alterations on the inside. I have done that to a garage door that dates from the 30s. The gate, you just said that it was important on another significant building that you could see the significant building, and this gate and extensive archway will block it. That you could take the archway that exists, the wood archway that exists, reinforce it, make a gate that's taller, that has slatted horizontals like the existing gate, and you would still, or a wrought iron gate, and you would then still be able to see the Will Schuster fireplace that attracted people.
Madam Chair, 2 minutes are up.
Purpose. Can I just finish, please?
Wrap up your comments. Thank you.
And so I do think there are design alternatives that are less intrusive. And I think, again, security, you can alarm your house. You can have a window over those ring things on your front door to give you security. If you have a low wall, a high gate is not going to give you the security that you seemingly need. Thank you.
John Eddy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry that this discussion has become so personal. Chairmember Katz nailed it in the beginning in a very dispassionate way. And the photograph does not lie. The photograph shows you that looking through that gateway gives you a beautiful view of a sculptural chimney that was built by Will Schuster, one of two that I'm aware of on Camino de Montesol that are of this nature. The walls are deliberately low because these artists were proud to share their house. When they built the wall, they built it low. It was all about sharing the artistic statements that they were making back then and making them seen. When you create a gate such as is proposed with a masonry top above it and an archway, what you do is you obliterate a very good degree of the visibility of a significant structure. When you do that, you automatically are downgrading the significance of that structure. I encourage the board to send this back for redesign. I also think the ideas on the garage door that Ms. Bedonato has proposed are well-founded. There's a grill in there that's obviously a drain that someone put in, which is probably blocked and can be reopened, and a curb can be put in to further waterproof that structure. The addition of windows is also egregious on that garage door and affects the streetscape in a really big way. So that's what we have here. And I think it's very simple. The streetscape is being egregiously affected by these designs. So I urge you to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a third person that wishes to speak, and that's Mark Nacton. Mr.
Yes.
Nacton? Yes, go right
Yes,
ahead.
I've been sworn in already when I had my case earlier. I would just like to mention that I feel like something is lost when you don't visit the site. And I understand because of COVID, you can't all jump in a van. But I think that if you individually just on your own time, do a drive-by and really study the situation, a lot of these things that people are claiming can block views or, views are being, jeopardized. I think that if you make a site visit, you can see in person what the actual situation is. And I would just like to put that out there that during this COVID, perhaps you guys can still visit the site, but maybe not all together in a van. So that's how I would like to leave this.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to do field trips, even one person at a time.
Yeah.
So, and Sally can comment on that quickly.
Unfortunately, our ordinance does preclude that for all quasi-judicial cases. It's in 14-2.8G. I think a member shall not inspect the site of any subject property except pursuant to a publicly noticed site visit that affords all parties the opportunity to attend. And the intent of this is that because it's a quasi-judicial proceeding, the board is required to rely on information that's actually presented as part of the hearing. And also the Open Meetings Act requires that it be an open site visit. So we used to be able to notice those. Hopefully we're on the verge of being able to accommodate that again. I am very
would we be
hopeful.
able to present videos?
That is certainly an option. I think we would certainly allow an applicant to create and submit them. I think we would certainly try to accommodate that. I think staff, if they had adequate resources, would like to be able to do that. I think it's pretty much been a real challenge to have the extra time and resources and equipment. We just don't have that, unfortunately, but it's not prohibited by any means.
Right. The reason I brought that up, the reason I bring this up is because I have seen this property, and as mentioned by one of your board members earlier, it's just a fraction of time that you're passing by this entry gate. So for the most part, you're seeing this chimney, except for that half a second when you're walking by. So I just want to put that out there, and I think if a site visit would have helped alleviate this. But in any case, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, true. I think we all are missing the site visits, and they are very beneficial, but unfortunately we have to rely on what staff presents at the board meetings.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
staff is open to, you know, receiving video and things, but the challenge is it may not be able, like, we may not have the internet bandwidth to show it, or, you know, there's those kinds of challenges. 3D modeling works great, and 3D renderings if those are available, just as a suggestion and general comment.
thank you, Nicole. Okay, with all of this being said, the owner has her hand up. I don't know if she wishes to comment or if she just forgot to put her hand down.
No, actually, I do wish to just say one thing, Madam Chair. The chimney was not done by Will Schuster. That's not correct. This was I think Will Schuster lived here. This is one of his first houses for a few months, but he did not do the chimney. I'm not sure who did. I'm sure it was an artist of some sort, but it wasn't Will Schuster.
Okay, I don't know how we're going to verify that at this point, but
Yeah, it's not in the report as such, though. I'm saying it's not listed because I mean, I've been trying to find out who did it and I can't.
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if that makes any difference, but I just thought I'd put it out there since everyone is thinking that.
Yeah, I don't know if Frank Applegate had, what I've heard in the past is that Frank Applegate has had something to do with the building of the homes for the Cinco Pintores that lived on Camino de Montiso. So he may have, I don't know. I can't verify it at this time, and I don't think anybody at this point can. But thank you for your comments there.
Thank you.
At any rate, I will entertain a motion at this time. Member Katz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On case number 2020-003-006 HDRB at 542 Camino del Monte Sol. The trouble with not having a packet is that you can't really be able to get things as clearly as you might want to. There are, on the garage, I would move to deny the application on the basis that the exception criteria have not been met as so clearly laid out by Member Beachside. For the coyote fence and gate on the north elevation, I would move to approve the proposal for that. For the gate and large increase in height of the wall, doubling the height of the wall in the front of the house, I would move to deny that because it makes the wall not compatible with the streetscape, because in addition, it hides an incredible chimney that has been there since the 20s, almost 100 years now, and that there are other ways of dealing with getting the security that the owner seeks. Thank you.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second.
Member Benvenue has seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Member Beachside?
Yes.
Member Bienvenue?
Yes.
Member Guida?
No.
Vice Chair Katz?
Yes.
Member Larson?
Yes.
The motion has been approved.
Thank you very much. Applicants, I do want to say thank you to you and to tell you, I would encourage you to maybe resubmit before the board, or you can appeal to the city council. But
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I would suggest that you resubmit. That would be my encouraging words.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Anything under discussion items, staff or board members? It appears.
Yeah. I have a-
Daniel?
Yeah, we had some discussions via email with board members, specifically Katz, about the digital packets. The digital packets are obviously new. We're working out glitches, but maybe we could have either a brief conversation, or because it's late, we could encourage the board to submit some kind of distilled comments, perhaps to the acting division manager. If you have problems with the packets, we realize that there's some difficulties in terms of getting things in the right format. I don't know if there's anything that somebody wants to add at the late hour now.
Okay, thanks, Daniel. Anything else in reference to our packets?
Yes.
Yes, Frank Katz.
I raised this issue and I seek some guidance from my fellow board members. What we deal with is what a building looks like, the visual. And I think that staff does a tremendous job in describing what's going on, what the house looks like, et cetera, et cetera. But there were a couple of cases that just hit me in the head. And this last one was one of them. There's generally a single page that has existing condition, proposed condition. And it tells you all in that one thing. You can look at it and say, oh, yeah. And then go to the words. And I know that our packets have been structured in the way they have been for a long time, but I think that there could be an easier way. It was always easier when, at least if it were physical papers, you could quickly flip to usually it was the last page or the last 2 or 3 pages that would have existing and proposed, and you could get the visual image. Oh, I see exactly what they're doing there. And it's harder with the digital. I mean, we're all sort of fumbling to be able to look at what the packet is. At the same time, we're looking at the Zoom screen on which the staff is putting up things that aren't in the packet, but that are very helpful to us. I mean, I really appreciate that. And I don't want to miss those things, but it puts us at a real disadvantage. So this is obviously not the time to discuss this at any length, but I would be curious as to other people's attitudes towards sort of the visuality or the visual dependence, a desire to see what it really looks like, rather than try to read through everything and then you finally get at the very end to what's really going on. Thank you. And I'm sorry I was so obnoxious tonight. Rude, I think, was the expression.
Well, sometimes we get very passionate on both sides, the homeowner and board members. And I always think that we have to treat everybody with respect. In order to get respect, you have to treat people with respect. And I understand the point that you were trying to make. And I think what you really meant, Member Katz, was when you're shopping around in the historic districts, there are restrictions. So you better get yourself acquainted very well with what is required of you in historic districts. Get yourself learned about these things. And if this doesn't suit your needs, if there might be those restrictions, then you were saying, I think, maybe other places would be better suited for you, for your particular needs. But anyway, this isn't the first time, and it probably won't be the last time that people that come before the board get passionate about things.
Areas.
Yeah. So anyway, anybody else regarding discussions of any sort? Any other matters from the board? I don't know. The only thing that I would suggest when we're doing our packets, I don't know. I think that we really want to save on paper. What I do is I just make a copy of the agenda, then I read the packet carefully and I make little notes. But if I want, I can actually print, like if you have the existing and the proposed, if that'll help you make a better decision, then go ahead and print it, or if any part of it, but we are trying to save paper, correcto? So I think whatever helps you personally in making the proper decision, in reaching that decision, then go ahead and do that.
Madam Chair and Board, I'll try to come up with some ideas of how to give you better visuals and send an email and get your feedback on what might work. Because I have a few ideas that might help, and we just have to figure out how to implement them before I offer them.
Thank you.
It may be, Madam Chair, it may be that staff might want to actually print out the cases they're dealing with, so they don't have that problem of not only looking at the Zoom screen, but managing the Zoom screen and then having to go back. I think it might make their life easier for them.
Okay.
For what it's worth, I don't mind helping share the screen. I'm here anyway. So, and I have a pretty big screen, which allows me to kind of pile all these things on here separately. But.
Yeah, and thank you for doing that while my computer has been on the fritz over the last 3 weeks. So.
Yeah, oops. Thank you for your helpfulness. And next meeting is on February the 23rd. So we'll see you then. And we are now adjourned. And I do want to thank you guys. Look, whoops, it's already 11. I thought this meeting was going to be over at 8. Oh, wow. Estimation on my part. But I keep telling you guys that you're very thorough. You think about every case. You're not looking at your watches. You're thinking about each case and what it presents itself. And I appreciate each and every one of you on staff and on board and board members. Okay, well, good night and stay safe, and we'll see you next time.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks. Good night.
Night. Thank
Okay,
you.
good night.